Chapter 28, 59, Most Difficult in History. Chapter 28, 59, Most Difficult in History. This guy is crazy, right? That's limitless contribution points. With limitless resources, cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds, and he can use countless grand mist treasures to arm himself. He actually doesn't want it. Donating so many records. It's just for him to repay the scripture library's contribution points. What a waste. However, W.A.N. G. Lin and the others, their faces are also slapped resoundingly. You could say that again. W.N. G. Lin wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into right now. Didn't you say that 50,000 contribution points were very hard to get? I could earn 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, but I don't want to. I just want 50,000 contribution points. How is it? Does your face hurt? Song Qingyang was speechless. This little martial uncle was too good at posturing. However, he still shook his head and said, "No way, that way. The sect will owe you too much. This kind of treasure is a stonies." I plusing. If it was an ordinary disciple and the sect profited at his expense, then fine. But who was Yi Yuan? Little martial uncle. Even if you gave me, I would not dare to take it too. Yi Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking about and said with a smile, "If sect master feels that you owe me too much, then I have a suggestion. I wonder if sect master is willing to listen to it?" Song Qingyang nodded and said, "Say it." Yi Yuan said, "Now that a great enemy stands before us, if we're still fettered by old conventions, it's no different from committing suicide. Since our extreme medicine sect is an alchemy overlord, then we should shoulder the responsibility of an alchemy overlord. I feel that some of the sect's resources can be opened up to the entire Heaven One, such as the scripture library, such as some training grounds." The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This was a big move. What a sect relied on to establish itself across the heavens were these resources. Therefore, no matter which sect it was, they would be very stringent with these resources. Yi Yuan could easily enter the scripture library. That was because his status was high enough. For ordinary disciples, even if it was staying in the scripture library for a day, they would have to budget it stringently, let alone people outside of the extreme medicine sect. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to share these resources in the scripture library with Heaven One Continent. This was simply insane. Many disciples looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. Who did you think you were? When was it your turn to come and meddle in this sort of thing? Suddenly, a figure appeared, pointing at Yi Yuan's nose as he scolded, "Impudent! Yi Yuan, who the H.E.L. I do you think you are? How the sect operates? How can it be what you can speak recklessly about? These resources are all where our extreme medicine sect's foundation lies. Opening it up to the entire Heaven One is severing the sect's foundation. You have malicious motives." This person was none other than precisely Qin Shan. This mighty Emperor Vast Heaven expert went onto the playing field personally. However, Yi Yuan did not know him. He just said with a strange expression, "Did you turn dumb from cultivation? If I want to sever the sect's foundation, would I still take these things out?" Qin Shan's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Conceited brat, you have no respect for your elders and engage in wild talks here. You should be punished for your crimes." At this time, an Emperor Sakura Heaven Sect elder suddenly spoke up, "Sect Master, this boy is too haughty, treating his elders with contempt. He should be killed." He was called Jiang Yuandao, a backbone figure of the conservative faction. Yi Yuan's words displeased him greatly too. Not just him. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted the strong opposition of the conservative faction. Immediately, the spearheads of all the Emperor Realm powerhouses pointed at Yi Yuan. At present, the majority of the Emperor Realm powerhouses remaining in the sect belong to the conservative faction. Therefore, their voices of condemnation toward Yi Yuan grew higher than the previous wave. It was virtually one-sided. Out of their mouths, Yi Yuan became a criminal who committed the most heinous crimes, and they would not be content with anything less than killing him. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finished. Incurring public wrath, Zhuchun could not protect you too. Although Song Qingyang and the group of upper echelons had calm faces, there were indescribable peculiarness in their hearts. Disrespecting elders? Your father doesn't even dare to be so unbridled in front of little martial uncle. You guys are really awesome. However, Yi Yuan's words indeed had too great an implication. They had no choice but to be cautious. It was just that with Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, since he said this kind of words, was that the will of the ancestors? All shut up for me. Song Qingyang yelled coldly. The world became quiet. He said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great. This sect master can't make the decision, but I'll report your idea to the Extreme Light Pavilion and let the pavilion elders make a final decision. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, Then I'll have to trouble sect master. Everyone burst into an uproar again. Were the heavens changing? The suggestion given by a saint sovereign heaven was actually going to be reported to the Extreme Light Pavilion? Too crazy. It was as if countless face-slapping sounds had sounded out in the air, while Jiang Yuan Dao, Qin Shan, and the rest were staring with their mouths agape. Sect Master and the group of big shots would actually care about a junior's view? Even if you donated these treasures, you could not use it to put pressure on the sect too, right? But very soon, everyone felt relieved. After all, having donated these treasures, Sect Master was letting Yi Yuan's face look a little better for the time being. Reporting to Extreme Light Pavilion? It did not exist. Yi Yuan, such a good opportunity just now. It would have been great for you to exchange for an Imperial Extreme pill too. In order to posture, you're not even caring about your brother anymore? Yang Qing said weakly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, Imperial Extreme pill for what? The sect's heavenly pills are also nothing more than this. I'll refine a better one for you and let you posture and slap faces. All right? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Is this for real? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Of course it's real. Zhang Qian sneered and said, Hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. Who do you think you are to actually look down on the sect's heavenly pills? Don't forget, you're only grade 5 realm. So what if profound grade? Can you refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills? What a joke. W.N. Jilin similarly said disdainfully. In the entire extreme medicine sect, there's only you, one heavenly alchemist. Profound grade expert. How formidable. Yi Yuan gave W.N. Jilin a glance and suddenly said with a smile, Senior apprentice brother W.N. G, doesn't your face hurt? W.N. Jilin was taken aback, his face really turning somewhat hot. He was seriously too oppressed, targeting Yi Yuan time and again. In the end, this guy slapped his face each time. How shameful. You guys can naturally mock me. However, you have to be prepared to be slapped by me. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. These words were domineering. Entering the sect for 10 years. How many earth-shattering major things had Yi Yuan done? Starting from the first day, Yi Yuan had already caused a great sensation. Then, each time was more impressive than the last, and each time more sensational than the last. Until now, it was as if the entire extreme medicine sect was revolving around Yi Yuan. What right did a divergent cultivator trash have? What heavenly medicines did he take? Qin Shan asked with a solemn face. Crane Needle Profound Tea, 5-Directional Divine Rain, W.A.N. Jilin reported a series of heavenly medicine names, his gaze full of mockery. Qin Shan could not help being stupefied when he heard it and said, Infinite Comprehensive Pill. W.A.N. Jilin smiled and said, Exactly so. This boy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just broke through to profound grade for 10 years, and he dares to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, which is known as the most difficult in history. Ha! That Yang Qing is probably going to be scammed to death by him. Qin Shan also could not help laughing as he said, This boy, really, infinite comprehensive pill, even if I take action, being able to refine true grade, is already pus. H.I. Plussing it to the point of bursting. Where does he get the courage to dare refine this? Chapter 2860, I feel. Somewhat bloated. Chapter 2860, I feel. Somewhat bloated. Below the life and death stage, there were streams of people. Originally, this battle was just between Luo Hao and Yang Qing, two people. It would not have attracted too much attention. But because of Yi Yuan, the influence of this battle became huge. Even Yang Qing himself admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. Then could Yi Yuan defy the heavens? Incredible. It seems like in the sect, there's no one who can refine the infinite comprehensive pill at all. Is that Yi Yuan going to defy the heavens? What a joke. He's the youngest profound grade powerhouse in history. How can a mere infinite comprehensive pill stump him? Haha, this brat really talks big. A series of mocking voices came from below the stage. The corners of Luo Hao's mouth could not help curling slightly when he heard these discussion voices. Why was the infinite comprehensive pill called the hardest in history? It was because it was an extremely rare all-attributes heavenly pill. What was called an all-attributes heavenly pill? After consuming it, one's strength would skyrocket in all aspects. Divine essence, great Tao rule, the power of rules, origin divinity, physical body, so on and so forth. These aspects would all have an all-around improvement. This kind of heavenly pill sounded fantastical, even somewhat frightening. Of course, because it had such a heaven-defying medicinal effect, its refining difficulty was also the hardest among same rank heavenly pills. The difficulty was H-E-L level. How difficult was it? A grade 8 heavenly alchemist like Qin Shan could not refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill too. He could refine true grade, but the medicine effect of true grade was basically only a little better than nothing to true sovereign heavens. The difficulty was high, but the medicinal effect was ordinary. Only by reaching profound grade could it truly have a heaven grade effect. Hence, in the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't such a heavenly pill at all. It was not that body could refine it, but exalted He Gem and realms would not run over to refine a grade 5 heavenly imperial pill for you, right? Furthermore, the heavenly medicines that the infinite comprehensive pill needed were extremely precious too. They were even more valuable than some grade 6 heavenly medicines. This was because they were too rare. It was also that this was a super sect like the extreme medicine sect. For ordinary sects, they would not be able to even collect the heavenly medicines. Therefore, when they knew that Yi Yuan was going to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, the entire sect scoffed with derision. 2 days ago, Yi Yuan slapped the faces of everyone in the sect. Today, everyone came to watch Yi Yuan become a joke. Below the stage, Yang Qing appeared somewhat anxious. The life and death battle was about to begin right away, but Yi Yuan still had not come. What are you looking at, Yang Qing? You wouldn't really think that Yi Yuan can bring the infinite comprehensive pill and come help you change your fate, right? Luo Hao arrived before Yang Qing and said with a snicker. Yang Qing said with a cold snort, "Mind your own business." Luo Hao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, just you show off. After getting on the life and death stage, you'll know what's called despair. You kill my younger brother. I'm going to sentence you to eternal damnation." Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Your younger brother colluded with the blood race and butchered his own species, committing countless crimes and misdeeds. Landing in my hands, I couldn't let him live. Even if we do this again, your father will still kill him without fail." When he was carrying out missions, he accidentally discovered that Luo Hao's younger brother was cultivating with human blood, his methods being extremely cruel. The ordinary martial artists who died at his hands were beyond count. Yang Qing was normally casual, but with regards to this sort of thing, he really would not be careless. Hence, he killed Luo Hao's younger brother. Who knew that this person was actually Luo Hao's younger brother? Before his younger brother died, he sent Yang Qing's information to Luo Hao. In the end, the two people sowed irreconcilable enmity. Before Luo Hao's younger brother died, he did things cleanly. Yang Qing did not bring back any evidence. Mion with regards to Yang Qing killing someone from the same sect. As long as it was outside the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't this restriction. This way, the two people each stuck to their own versions and could only use a life-and-death battle to resolve it. When Luo Hao challenged him, Yang Qing was not a cowardly person either, directly accepting it. Although he clearly knew that he was not a match, Luo Hao gave Yang Qing a glance and said coolly, "Keep framing charges. Very soon, you won't be able to talk anymore." Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of showing up. Luo Hao leaped onto the life-and-death stage and shouted, "Yang Qing, the hour has come. Why haven't you come up in haste to prepare to die?" Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, "There's still 15 minutes. What are you anxious about?" "Haha, Yang Qing, stop struggling." Yi Yuan boasted too much. "He absolutely won't dare to come." Zheng Qian said with a loud laugh. In reality, that was what everyone thought. The hardest in history was not said for fun. To profound grade powerhouses, this was a H.E.L. A level difficulty too. Yang Qing, give up hope. If Yi Yuan dares to come, your father will pluck my head off for you to kick like a ball. W.A.N. Jilin also said with a cold smile. Yang Qing gave him a glance and said coolly, "Grandpa Qing has remembered what you said." While he said so, Yang Qing's heart was also a little nervous. Time was almost up. Yi Yuan did not even show a hint of a shadow. "Son of A.B. I.T.C.H. Hurry up and come. If you don't come, your father is going to die." Yang Qing cursed wildly in his heart. Luo Hao smiled coldly and said, "Delaying the time can't change the final outcome. Forget it that he doesn't dare to come. Even if he really refines the infinite comprehensive pill, you'll definitely die today, beyond doubt too." As he said, he arrived in front of the judge and said with clasped hands, "Martial uncle, the time has come." That Emperor Realm powerhouse nodded slightly and said to Yang Qing, "The time is up. Yang Qing, take the stage." Yang Qing's face turned black. This punk really stood him up? F***** However, he also knew that he could not drag the time anymore. Helpless, he could only leap onto the stage. Catch! Just as he was dangling in the air, a streak of flowing light flashed and flew straight over. Yang Qing was overjoyed, swiping a vial with a grab and landing on the stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qing immediately opened up the vial and downed it in one gulp. Everyone did not have time to determine whether or not that was the infinite comprehensive pill. And only at this time did Yi Yuan's figure slowly appear. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy really came? That thing just now was the infinite comprehensive pill? This guy would not have randomly gotten some heavenly pill to posture, right? Luo Hao's expression changed, and he said to the judge, "The time is up. Martial uncle, please announce the immediate commencement." The judge nodded and said, "Getting on the life and death stage. Life and death are your own responsibility. Begin." Luo Hao did not feel that Yi Yuan could really refine a profound, grade infinite comprehensive pill, but he would not give Yang Qing the chance to refine the heavenly pill. This was the life and death stage. It was no laughing matter. Whether or not it would not be too late to verify after Yang Qing died. Huh. Luo Hao slashed a saber over, immediately stirring up the wind and clouds. 3 power of rules were immediately performed by him to the extreme. He was a genius. The moment this saber came out, forget about Yang Qing. Even his senior and junior brothers, who were similarly half-step Emperor Realm, absolutely could not block it too. One saber, and they would be met with a violent death. But when he saw that playful look in Yang Qing's eyes, his expression could not help changing wildly. Over here, Yang Qing's entire body instantly ruptured when the medicinal pill entered his abdomen. He only felt as if his soul was about to ascend. That liberating feeling made him unable to hold back a groan. Too wonderful. In virtually an instant, he felt as if his strength was like a rising tide. It was rising sharply and crazily. "I feel somewhat bloated." Chapter 2861, Who Asked You to Posture? Chapter 2861, Who Asked You to Posture? Yang Qing was really bloated. He felt like he was a balloon, being inflated with air at a very rapid rate. This heavenly pill was too amazing. Boom! At the place where Yang Qing was standing, S.P.A.C. exploded. Stones flew everywhere. Under Luo Hao's saber, there was no chance to get lucky at all. Dead. Definitely dead. No matter how amazing the heavenly pill is, it's also impossible to skyrocket instantly. There has to be a process to digest the medicinal strength. Says true. Yi Yuan must have come at this time deliberately. Either way, Yang Qing will be dead too. We also can't investigate what kind of heavenly pill he consumed. Indeed, a divine scam. To be able to scam his teammate like this. How swift and fierce was Luo Hao's saber. This saber of his was simply a miracle in the eyes of others. Hence, Yang Qing had to die, but there were still many Emperor Realm powerhouses present. However, their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Break, break, break! On the life and death stage, an angry roar suddenly came over. Yang Qing's figure appeared again. His entire body dyed in blood. Clearly, Luo Hao's move earlier had already inflicted heavy wounds on him. However, he ultimately still relied on the infinite comprehensive pill and evaded it. Although seriously wounded, his aura was rising crazily, and his realm actually directly broke through to upper true sovereign heaven. Furthermore, this realm was still increasing rapidly. His strength was skyrocketing, rising sharply in all aspects. Physical body, divine essence, power of rules, so on and so forth. Everyone was stunned. Yang Qing actually evaded it. He was clearly not an opponent who could last one exchange with Luo Hao. How could he avoid this blade? The infinite comprehensive pill was so amazing. Yes, it was even more incredible than they imagined. Because when Yi Yuan was refining the pill, some mutation even happened. His power of blessing activated. The medicinal effect of this infinite comprehensive pill was 10 times that of ordinary profound grade heavenly pills. The powerful medicinal strength directly poured into Yang Qing's body, seemingly opening up the water gates of his realm, rising crazily. Furthermore, Yang Qing was in a very mysterious state currently. Originally, he could not keep up with Luo Hao. But now, Luo Hao's every movement and action was within his grasp. The reason why he was seriously wounded was that his bodily functions could not keep up with Luo Hao. But he still barely managed to avoid it. Humph! So what if you took the infinite comprehensive pill? I won't give you the chance to refine the medicinal effect. Luo Hao gave a cold snort, the saber momentum rising again. Hence, he unleashed his blade frenziedly. Each saber slash was stronger than the last. On the life and death stage, it was saber images everywhere, bedazzling people's eyes. But Luo Hao was panicking. Saber had saber momentum. A powerhouse like Luo Hao naturally knew how to utilize saber momentum even more. With each saber slash after another, his imposing momentum would rise to a very terrifying realm. Even the ranked one, Chao Dian, would not dare to let him ACCU. Emulate saber momentum at his discretion too. But his saber actually got further and further away from Yang Qing. Luo Hao is impressive. This grandson is definitely going to die without a burial ground. Well deserving of being the #1 saber in true sovereign. Luo Hao, finish him off. Ha! What rubbish infinite comprehensive pill. Too weak. Too weak. Those true sovereign heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens did not know the inner reason. Seeing Luo Hao's saber momentum get stronger and stronger, they cheered him on frenziedly. However, the face-slapping came so quickly. Boom! Amidst the saber images, a streak of black light suddenly appeared. The saber images that filled the sky dissipated with a loud bang. Luo Hao's body directly collided with the protection screen like a kite with a broken string. Yang Qing stood holding his spear, his imposing momentum surging to the sky, being incredibly domineering. Although he sustained rather severe injuries, it was like he had been reborn anew at this time. That sovereign azure sky, who considered himself without equal in the world, had returned again. Yang Qing pointed at Luo Hao with his long spear and said indifferently, "What rubbish #1 saber in true sovereign, weak to the max. From today onwards, your father is the #1 spear in true sovereign. No, wait, it's #1 in true sovereign. If you're not convinced, feel free to come and challenge. Your father will receive it all. Just the likes of you trash also dare to posture in front of this sovereign. It serves you right to get slapped. Ha ha, Chao Dian, after I kill Luo Hao, do you dare to fight or not?" The current Yang Qing was inflated to the extreme. He felt that he was already invincible under the heavens. This infinite comprehensive pill was too amazing. Too amazing. Ever since stepping onto Heaven One continent, he no longer had that feeling of looking down upon the world in the past. But now, he finally regained this feeling. The king was undefeated. His strength had soared several hundred times over. Furthermore, it was an all-around improvement. His cultivation realm. He already reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven. His physical body. It similarly reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven. His origin divinity. It was also grand completion, true sovereign heaven. Even in terms of power of rules, he achieved mastery, with Spear Dao and Power of Rules reaching peak rank 6 at the same time. The crux was that the soaring in strength did not let him feel fleeting and ephemeral, but it was incomparably solid instead. He had never seen before such an amazing heavenly pill. Yang Qing knew that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined might be very impressive. But he did not think that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined would actually be so awesome. Below the life and death stage, Chao Dian's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Got to admit, Yang Qing was seriously too capable of drawing aggro. This guy was currently boundlessly inflated. The most important thing was that his strength was sufficient to support his inflation. That spear just now, Chao Dian saw it clearly. He could not receive it. What S? H? I plus TTY luck. Okay, I'll have a battle with you. Chao Dian was an extremely proud person too. How could he accepted to be provoked like this? Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he had to fight too. The strong would never fear challenges. Haha, Chao Dian, you have guts. But from this day forth, you'll have to live under the shadow of this sovereign. Amidst the loud laughter, Yang Qing sent out his long spear. Boom! Luo Hao dead. The whole place was dead silent. There was only Yang Qing's arrogant laughter. Did it end just like that? This was also too fake, right? Luo Hao was true sovereign heaven rank 4th. He actually did not even have the strength to fight back under Yang Qing's hands. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability to actually attempt to refine the most difficult pill in history, the infinite comprehensive pill. Now, not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but he also used an extremely terrifying way to let Yang Qing rise up crazily. His face was really slapped resoundingly. Within Yang Qing himself also admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. But after consuming Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, he directly one-shot Luo Hao. This kind of contrast really drove people nuts. How could you be so amazing? O&W, A, N, Jilin, Zheng Xian, Guofeng, Qin Shan, and the rest had all turned their noses up at Yi Yuan previously, mocking him to the best of their ability. But now, those words seemed to have turned into slaps, slapping onto their faces crazily. Chao Jian, come up. Watch your grandpa Qing wreck you. Yang Qing said complacently. He was already inflated to the extreme. The former king was already being completely taken lightly by him. Hearing this, everyone really wanted to go up and slap his face. But they could not do it. Chao Jian, you definitely can't lose. Chao Jian went up the life and death stage with a black face. Yang Qing said to the judge, Old man, borrow the life and death stage to use. Today, I'm going to reign over true sovereign heaven. Bang! The judge directly smacked Yang Qing into the dirt with a slap. Everyone felt incredibly satisfied. Who asked you to posture? Chapter 2862, Expounding the Pros and Cons. Chapter 2862, Expounding the Pros and Cons. You're full of yourself. The judge looked at the Yang Qing in the dust and said nonchalantly, "It served him right." This was what everyone present was thinking. Yang Qing got to his feet, looking at the judge with an unfriendly expression as he said, "Humph, humph. Old man, change is the only constant thing. The wheel of fortune turns. After my cultivation realm catches up to you, I'll definitely smack you into the ground." Smack him. Smack him to death. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. However, the judge actually gave him a profound glance and said with a nod, "Boy, you're pretty good. I'll lend you this field." Yang Qing snorted again and said, "Don't think that lending the field can resolve the grudge. I'm very vengeful." The judge laughed loudly and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you." Yang Qing was not long-winded either, leaping onto the stage. Chao Dian also followed closely behind. The moment the two people made their moves, they were their strongest attacks. But this time, they saw Yang Qing's spear clearly. A domineering spear. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. Chao Dian shot out backward, but Yang Qing did not budge an inch. With one strike, the level was immediately established. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This was also 2B. L-O-O-D. Why freakish, right? I lost. Chao Dian threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. The entire audience was in shock. With one heavenly pill, Yang Qing soared to the sky with one bound and became number one in true sovereign heaven. Unbelievable. What the H-E-L kind of heavenly pill was this? Could you give me one? You trash. You mocked your grandpa Qing daily for the past few days. Now does this slap feel good? Ha ha. Yang Qing put away his long spear and laughed rampantly. Those people who had mocked him before wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could they have expected this kind of heaven-defying rise? Yang Qing, what are you being C-O-C-K-Y for? If not for Yi Yuan, what the H-E-L are you? Zheng Qian said with refusal to accept it as final. Yeah, the impressive one is Yi Yuan. What does it have to do with you? You've performed all of his posturings. Do you really think that you're very impressive? Everyone seemed to have found a relief outlet. Reb. You. T. Ting Yang Qing frenziedly. Yang Qing did not care in the slightest and showed off. He said, "Your father can beat you all down by having such an awesome brother. If you're not convinced, bring it on." Everyone was speechless. You make a lot of sense. I actually have nothing to say in reply. Why do we not have a brother like Yi Yuan? Hence, the news of Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill swept throughout the entire extreme medicine sect once more. The entire sect was incredibly shocked. Although the one who swept across true sovereign heaven was Yang Qing, everyone's discussion was more focused on Yi Yuan. It was because the one who created this miracle was Yi Yuan. Even those Emperor Realm powerhouses and high-level heavenly alchemists were all shocked too. Such a heaven-defying heavenly pill. How did Yi Yuan refine it? Even if it was an all-attributes heavenly pill, it would not be to an extent of being so heaven-defying too, right? Just what kind of additional material did Yi Yuan add? These people suddenly discovered that after Yi Yuan entered the sect, it seemed like all of the limelight had been etc. Head away by him alone. The infinite comprehensive pill was hailed as the hardest in history. Yi Yuan was just grade 5 realm, and he actually refined it. Not only did he refine it, but the medicinal effect was also mind-bogglingly amazing. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength already said many grade 8 heavenly alchemists? This was a freaking joke, right? Didn't you just enter profound grade for 10 years? Well, why do you have to be so impressive? Of course, this kind of small scene had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He had already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion. As he Jim and Cloudmount's little disciple, the sect had no choice but to take his words seriously. Moreover, He just gave his sect such great kindness. Little junior brother, this matter affects the situation as a whole. The implications are too big. Lee Clearcloud said with a solemn expression. A pavilion elder said, I disagree as well. If people learn our things and run out to establish a sect, then our extreme medicine sect will have many opponents out of the blue. Little Marshall Uncle, your seniority is high, but some ideas are still too naive. In the extreme light pavilion, virtually all the pavilion elders were opposed to Yi Yuan's proposition. This kind of idea was too fanciful and fallacious, creating many opponents out of the blue for themselves. This was a way of digging their own grave. This notion was already deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Pray tell, everyone, since the Heaven One Alliance was established, how many powerhouses has our Heaven One continent given birth to? Which powerhouses did our extreme medicine sect give birth to? Lee Clearcloud's brows furrowed, and he shook his head and said, Our extreme medicine sect didn't give birth to any true powerhouses. There have even been hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses who have already fallen because of the war. As for the other sects, they're mostly the same. In fact, they are even worse off than us. That's it, Yi Yuan said calmly. After the Heaven One Alliance was established, it seemed like everyone was united. But until now, you're still only clearing away the snow in front of your own doors. Not only did our strength not get stronger, but we're also being weakened by the blood race nonstop instead. In contrast, the blood race grew stronger the more they fought, and their powerhouses got more and more. I don't know how long more the absolute heaven barrier can still resist, but if things continue like this, we probably won't be able to resist anymore. The extreme light pavilion elders had all gone to the front lines before and fought with the blood race. Over these few thousand years, quite a number of the extreme light pavilion elders had actually fallen too. These were all origin powerhouses, with hopes of stepping into Hegemon realm in the future. As for the other sects, that went even more without saying. Many people in the sect have never been to the front lines before. They probably don't know the cruelty and dangers there at all, and they also don't have much sense of danger. In fact, they even think that our Hegemon realms are very strong, and they can keep the blood race's powerhouses outside of the absolute heaven barrier. But in reality, I saw strong worry on Master Cloudmount and Senior Apprentice Brother Pine Spring's faces. Even existences of their level completely don't have the confidence to, right? At this current situation, the various major sects are still thinking of preserving strength, pending to stage a comeback. It's just that do they have this chance? I don't believe that those Hegemon realms can't see this, but I feel that Divine Lord is probably lacking an opportunity. Since Body is willing to take the lead, then why don't our extreme medicine sect break this stalemate? Furthermore, I don't feel that opening up resources will cause huge losses to the sect. On the contrary, I feel that it can make us become stronger instead. The extreme medicine sect is an alchemy path Leviathan, but the other sects similarly have their own foundations. If we open up resources, it can let those small sects undergo a mutual exchange of resources. Our disciples are elites among elites. Could it be that they would lose to them? Ally Yuan said a whole bunch at great length. Expounding on the pros and cons, Yuan had already prepared these words for a long time, making those pavilion lords days from listening should these things be what you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, consider. Hearing you speak, you directly substitute I. Toot yourself as Divine Lord, His Excellency. However, each and every one of these pavilion elders was incredibly shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan's development was too big. When they were still conflicted about the sect's interests, Yi Yuan had long already jumped out of the sect and placed his horizons across the entire Heaven One continent, even the entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. In reality, when Yi Yuan was at Northern View City, he had already understood from Zhuochun Indeth about the present situation. These plans, he had long already worked them out. Talking about it at this time, it was enlightening the benighted. Proposing something like this from the perspective of Divine Lord, That was incredibly difficult. It was because he had to balance the various great hegemons and could not let anyone suffer a loss in benefits. Otherwise, this alliance would be done for. But breaking this bottleneck from the extreme medicine sect could not be better. Once the extreme medicine sect did it, the situation would be broken. Divine Lord would be able to push the boat along the current and carry out a transformation on the entire Heaven One Alliance, achieving a fusion. Only this kind of fusion could let Heaven One become stronger. Otherwise, they could only be encroached upon by the blood race step by step, and then all of them would fall into the enemy's hands in the end. Chapter 2863, Breaking the Stalemate. Chapter 2863, Breaking the Stalemate. With Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill, Yang Qing swept across true sovereign. This matter set off huge waves in the extreme medicine sect from top to bottom. But before the aftermath of this matter had said, a piece of news that was even more of a bolt out of the blue descended. This time, the ones who were shocked was not just the extreme medicine sect, but it was the entire Heaven One Alliance. The extreme medicine sect had opened up cultivation resources to the entire Heaven One Alliance. This news was too explosive. Of course, the one who got slapped the hardest were still the extreme medicine sect disciples. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that it was impossible for this matter to be realized. Forget about the extreme light pavilion agreeing to it. Sect Master was just Bruss. Plussing him off and would not bring this matter up to the extreme light pavilion at all. Who knew that it was really brought up? However, they did not know that if Yi Yuan wanted to report it to the extreme light pavilion, he did not need Song Qingyang at all. Bringing it up was not strange. What was scary was that the extreme light pavilion actually really agreed. It's crazy, right? This is something that shakes the sect's foundation. The pavilion elders actually agreed? Where are the hegemon ancestors? Yi Yuan messing around like this. They're not going to control him too? Mother asterisk Kerr got slapped in the face again. With regards to the extreme medicine sect's decision, everyone could not figure it out after racking their brains. What right did a measly little saint, Sovereign Heaven, have to have his suggestion be adopted after bringing it up? Furthermore, it was even such a major thing. The moment the news came out, the world was shocked. To itinerant cultivators and those small sects, this was absolutely a piece of huge good news. However, it was naturally impossible for this kind of release to be without additional conditions. For itinerant cultivators, those who use the extreme medicine sect's resources would be viewed as automatically joining the Heaven One Alliance and be subjected to the Heaven One Alliance's unified allocation of resources. Small sects must open their resources to the extreme medicine sect too. Furthermore, as long as they utilize the extreme medicine sect's resources, they would have to go and serve at the absolute heaven barrier for 3 years. All sects were members of the Heaven One Alliance. But Heaven One Continent still had countless itinerant cultivators. These itinerant cultivators were a force that could not be overlooked. Among these people, there were brave ones who were killed at the absolute heaven barrier all year round. But there was still a very large part that was huddling up in the rear. This decision of the extreme medicine sect would immediately summon a large portion of itinerant cultivators. It would not do if they did not come. What did itinerant cultivators lack? Resources. Among itinerant cultivators, there were actually many geniuses. They suffered from a lack of cultivation resources, their cultivation realms having difficulty breaking through all along if their cultivation realm did not break through. They would have to face endless tribulations. Come one day, they would die. With the extreme medicine sect opening up resources, they would have hopes of breaking through their realms. In terms of cultivation resources, the extreme medicine sect was absolutely positioned right at the top. They were virtually number one across the entire Heaven One continent. Even the other two great hegemon-level sects could not compare to the extreme medicine sect too. Therefore, the extreme medicine sect's cultivation resources had a fatal allure. This kind of good thing, no one would refuse it. Hence, countless powerhouses were gathering over at the extreme medicine sect. Furthermore, this way of doing things brought huge prestige to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect is well deserving of being an alchemy overlord. This great courage makes people admire them. The extreme medicine sect is too responsible. After my strength breaks through, I must go to absolute heaven barrier and showcase my abilities. Putting aside sectarian views and breaking hundreds of millions of years old established practices, the extreme medicine sect really has great breadth of spirit. Among these people, there were naturally people who had great experience and knowledge too. The extreme medicine sect having such an open attitude made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They secretly swore to definitely head to the absolute heaven barrier. Every day, there were countless powerhouses gathering in front of the mountain S gates. SES, there was one more thing that made the entire extreme medicine sect hate Yi Yuan to the core. From now on, all of the extreme medicine sect disciples would take turns going to the absolute heaven barrier. No matter whether you were the conservative faction or not, you would have to be forced to the front lines in the future. Huazong was stunned when he got this news. He discovered that the boasts that Yi Yuan made were really realized one by one. This little junior brother was truly remarkable. Why was he, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, impressive to this extent? Did the conservative faction remain silent about this? No. The moment the news came out, the conservative faction immediately carried out a large-scale reverse play. They practically swarmed out in full force, joining forces to exert pressure on the sect. The conservative faction's forces practically occupied more than half of the extreme medicine sect. Once they joined hands, the power could be imagined. However, right at this time, a dharmic decree descended from the sky, shocking the entire extreme medicine sect. At this moment, that dharmic decree could be seen by the whole sect. The extreme medicine sect's 4 great hegemon realms joined hands to send down the dharmic decree, stating that the extreme light pavilion's decision was the will of the hegemon realms. With this, the extreme medicine sect boiled over. The 4 great hegemons were aloof from worldly affairs and had never expressed their attitudes with regard to this matter before. This time, they actually joined hands to send down the dharmic decree. No one could resist the will of the hegemon realms. Hence, they determined the world with one move, and the conservative faction's voice was directly suppressed by this dharmic decree. Ha! That boy indeed suits your father's appet. 1. T the best. This move of his is really played beautifully. The thing that even this seat can't do, he actually did it. In the absolute heaven barrier, hegemon Cloudmount's hearty laughter could be heard. However, not all the hegemons could hear this laughter. It was because his voice was actively being isolated. But Divine Lord His Excellency could hear him. I really didn't expect that this boy is actually so stunning, breaking the stalemate of several thousand years in one stroke. With this, those few stubborn old things will probably fly into a thunderous rage. Speaking of which, I really need to thank Yi Yuan properly this time. Divine Lord His Excellency said with a smile. Ha! Divine Lord Your Excellency, you mustn't just be all talk and no action. This seat has remembered these words. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a shady smile. The moment Divine Lord heard this, he could not help laughing as he said, "You old fellow, could it be that this lord will still owe a Saint Sovereign Heaven Jr.?" This time, Yi Yuan really helped out greatly. However, those few old fellows will probably be finding you to settle scores. Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, "Would your father be scared of them? If not for the few of them obstructing in every possible way, our new policy would have long been pushed forward. Why would we end up being so passive now? Humph! Already at the juncture of life and death survival, those few old fellows are still so fettered by old convention. It serves them right to have their sects be wiped out." The absolute heaven barriers, hegemon realms, were naturally not of one heart and mind too. The reason why it developed until the present situation where all hegemon realms joined hands, it was forced by circumstances. Why did the conservative faction have a market? Without hegemons supporting them, how could they be tough? Among these hegemon realms, hegemon Cloudmount and the rest of this group were all of the warring faction. They hoped to break down the barriers between sections. The Heaven One Alliance was one family, but the vast majority of Hegemon realms turned their noses up in disdain at this. These Hegemon realms hoped that there must be autonomy between sects. Otherwise, their legacies would be buried in oblivion in the dust of history. Among them, the other two continents Hegemon realms especially dominated. Their sects had practically been annihilated already. Therefore, they had a very averse attitude towards this kind of merger. Divine Lord also advocated for breaking down the barriers, but he needed to borrow the strength of these Hegemon realms to deal with the blood race, so it could only keep dragging on until now. But Yi Yuan's action completely broke this deadlock. Once the situation was broken, Divine Lord took the initiative. Then what right did Yi Yuan, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, have to be able to do something that even Hegemon realms could not accomplish? The problem still lay with those treasures of the labyrinth divine palace. Ever since entering the sect, Yi Yuan pushed his momentum to the peak step by step. At the crucial moment, he threw out these labyrinth divine palace treasures. Under this kind of situation, the extreme medicine sect's conservative faction already could not make much noise anymore. It was because they needed those treasures too. They also needed to become strong. At this time, the moment the Dermic decree of Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest descended, it immediately suppressed all the voices in the sect. Chapter 2864, South Chi Giant City. Chapter 2864, South Chi Giant City. We're not convinced. On what basis should we be the first batch to go to the absolute heaven barrier? Yeah, this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. If wanting to choose someone to go, it should also be him who goes first. Just because Yi Yuan donated a bunch of jade slips, he can get special treatment. In a law enforcement hall, a group of people was rioting nonstop. Zheng Qian, W.A.N., Ji Lin, and the rest were shockingly in ranks. The first batch of names headed to the absolute heaven barrier had already been issued. None of those who opposed Yi Yuan could escape. Even Qin Shan, this grade 8 heavenly alchemist, was also sent to the front lines. Of course, it was not a coincidence. Yi Yuan did it on purpose. These people jumped around the most. Of course, he could not let them continue acting like tyrants. However, Yi Yuan's goal was naturally not to send them to death. These people were all geniuses. Yi Yuan did not deny it. Perhaps going to the front lines could make them improve at a great pace. It was just that the mortality rate at the front lines was also extremely high. Qin Shan had a black face as he said in a solemn voice, "Marshal Uncle Ming Tang, if you don't give an explanation today, even if it's defying the sect's orders, we won't hesitate to." Ming Tang was a law enforcement hall elder, an Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm Mighty expert, his status being extremely high. Yi Yuan's name did not appear in the name list of the first batch, so these people immediately blew up. On what basis? Hence, they ran to the law enforcement hall collectively to make a scene. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. They all had this mentality. The overwhelming momentum was unstoppable, but making Yi Yuan go was a must. Otherwise, they could not swallow this insult. Ming Tang glanced at Qin Shan and said coolly, "Have you all made enough noise?" Yi Yuan, their party of 5, already left the sect a month ago and set off for South Chi Giant City. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of place was South Chi Giant City? The number 1 dangerous city below absolute heaven barrier. It was not that this city was very dangerous, but that this city's casualty rate was too high. Frighteningly high. Why? The absolute heaven barrier blocked the blood race army. But when dividing Grand Bright Jade complete heaven into 2, how big was the absolute heaven barrier? Unimaginable. This absolute heaven barrier was like a 10,000-mile Great Wall. It stretched even longer and more unbroken than a 10,000-mile Great Wall. However, to maintain the absolute heaven barrier, Hegemon realm powerhouses needed to expend a considerable effort too. Simply put, the absolute heaven barrier was like a large net. the place where the hegemon realms were garrisoning. That was the nodal point of the large net. The node was naturally as strong as iron. But since it was a web, then there had to be gaps. The war between the blood race and Heaven One unfolded in these gaps. Incomparably cruel, Heaven One Alliance built one giant city after another in these defensively weak places, planting a large army of countless powerhouses. South Chi Giant City was the place with the largest loophole. Of course, it was also the most dangerous place. One could say that the army stationed there practically had no overlap with anyone from the first batch of army stationed there. The first-generation army, from the high and mighty Emperor Realm powerhouses to Saint Sovereign Heaven Army, had all died out. One could imagine how dangerous South Chi Giant City was. In the rear, no matter which sect it was, their complexions would change colors at the mention of South Chi Giant City. No one was willing to go. It was because South Chi Giant City was equivalent to death. Not roughly equivalent. That place was absolutely an incomparably cruel and savage battlefield. That place was H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan actually went as South Chi Giant City. A Saint Sovereign Heaven, no matter how amazingly talented you were, you would also be an ant in South Chi Giant City. Lowly like an ant. There were no geniuses there, only dead people. Too cruel. Was this guy mad? Ming Tang's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a cold smile, "When you guys were afraid, others were already at the front lines." This elder feels that Yi Yuan's opinion is correct. You these people crack yourselves up to be geniuses, enjoying countless glory, but you all don't know how cruel the front lines are. You all won't be able to grow up without experiencing the baptism of blood. Go on. With this and, body spoke anymore. Yi Yuan already went to South Chi Giant City. What else could they say? Where they were going to this time was Floating Light City. Although that place was the front lines too, it was not an absolutely dangerous place. There were 108 cities below the absolute heaven barrier. Among them, there were 9 giant cities. Cities that had the word giant were all brutal battlefields. And among them, South Chi Giant City was the most dangerous. This is South Chi Giant City? Sure enough, it's very cruel. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yi Yuan could not help sighing lightly. Clearly, this place had just experienced a great battle. 10. The city walls that towered into the clouds. Half of them were already demolished. Many high-level formation Dao masters were currently repairing the city walls. Outside the city, several thousand dead bodies were casually thrown around, looking ghastly. There weren't bloodkins because they would not leave behind dead bodies. Either die or revive. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers were currently collecting the corpses, their eyes faintly holding tears. But their gazes were full of resoluteness. The land outside the city took on a dark red hue, as if it had already been dyed thoroughly with blood. This was not an adjective, but a fact. Yi Yuan already heard about it before coming that red-colored dirt was the hallmark of South Chi Giant City. This place was dyed red by fresh blood. Yi Yuan few people did not see this great battle, but the degree of danger was clear just by thinking about it a little. This battle must have been extremely fierce. Yi Yuan had experienced the Northern Front battle, but that level of battle completely could not be mentioned in the same breath as this place. Big brother Yi Yuan, the blood race is so abominable. Jingfei wants to kill the enemy too. Kill them all. Sniff, sniff. Jingfei immediately burst into tears when she saw the scene before her eyes. Too tragic. Even the Yang Qing, who went about happy-go-lucky every day, also had a solemn and respectful face at this time. Yi Yuan, my blood is already burning. Yang Qing said. Yeah, me too. As he was talking, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow to this stretch of land. On top of the city walls, a gray-robed middle-aged man looked at the city wall that was currently being repaired, his expression being incredibly grim. Yi Yuan noticed him very quickly because his aura was extremely strong. He was definitely an Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm mighty expert. Hey kid, you're new here, right? To dare come to South Chi Giant City, pretty gutsy. An easygoing Saint Sovereign Heaven soldier came up to greet warmly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Some things ultimately need people to do. This brother, didn't you come too?" The moment the other party heard, he laughed loudly and said, "I like to hear this. Little brother, you came to the right place. Our South Chi giant city is the most soulful place. Fighting here, there are no regrets in death. I'm called W-A-N-G-N. What you call, little brother?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "This little brother, Yi Yuan, is from the extreme medicine sect. W-A-N. Jian waved his hand and said, "South Chi Giant City has no sects, only brothers. Even if you were a flower in the extreme medicine sect, it's completely meaningless in this place too." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a smile, "What brother W-N. G says is right. This little brother has received the teachings." In a few sentences, Yi Yuan already felt the difference. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that in such a savage battlefield, humanity was gray and without use, especially having just experienced a great battle. But W-A-N. G-Yin seemed very relaxed, without the slightest psychological burden, talking in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan could feel that it was not that W-A-N. G-Yin was heartless, but that he had Qi in his heart. This Qi was the soul of South Chi Giant City. When people come here, they would be infected by this place very quickly and be assimilated. Brother W-A-N-G. Who is that? His bearing is extraordinary. Yi Yuan pointed at the middle-aged man on top of the city walls and asked. W-A-N. Jian chuckled and said, "You don't even recognize City Lord Feng Xiaotian. How do you live? That is our South Chi Giant City's spiritual leader." W-A-N. Jian's words were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan had some guesses long ago in his heart. It was indeed Feng Xiaotian. This was South Chi Giant City's 10th City Lord. The previous 9 were all dead. They died in battle. South Chi Giant City's danger was not said for fun. Even an Emperor, Sakura, heaven expert like the City Lord died over and over again. However, Feng Xiaotian was different. This person completely grew up in South Chi Giant City. This was a G-O-D of war. When he entered South Chi Giant City, he was only true sovereign heaven realm. Before this, he was unknown too, but he grew up step by step during the battles with the blood race. His cultivation realm also advanced steadily, from true sovereign heaven to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to Emperor Vast Heaven and Emperor Sakura Heaven, all the way until presently, he became South Chi Giant City's City Lord. This was a true blue G-O-D of war. In each battle, he would lead his men in a charge, killing until the bloodkins were trembling with fear. Under this kind of battle intensity, for him to be able to live until now and even reach the peak realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven, it was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that he already became a G-O-D of South Chi Giant City, the idol in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "It turns out that he's City Lord Feng, but looking at his appearance, he seems to be frowning heavily. Did he encounter some problem?" W-A-N. Jian heaved a slight sigh and said, "The blood race is getting crazier and crazier, and also increasingly stronger. This time, they even collapsed half of the city walls. The city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged and difficult to repair. Without the city protecting Grand Array, we might not be able to stop the blood race army. The few big shots are currently having a headache." Chapter 2865, Too Inefficient. Chapter 2865, Too Inefficient. Yi Yuan and W-A-N. Jian were currently chatting when Feng Xiaotian suddenly shouted, "Brothers in the city, those who know Formation Dao, please gather below the southern city wall. I know too. City Lord Feng needs us. Let's hurry up." Virtually instantaneously, those powerhouses who knew Formation Dao flooded towards the city walls one after another. Yi Yuan witnessed what was called 100 responses to one call. Being able to serve Feng Xiaotian seemed to have become a kind of glory. I'm not going to continue talking to you any longer. I'm a grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. City Lord Feng is summoning people. I need to go. Finished saying W-A-N. Ji Yin ignored Yi Yuan and ran in haste. This level of Grand Array naturally did not need grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters originally. But now, Feng Xiaotian was clearly making a Hail Mary effort too. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and joined those Heavenly Formation Masters too. Yeah, Brother Yi is actually a Heavenly Formation Master too. When W-A-N Jian saw that Yi Yuan came over, he could not help being very surprised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I know a little bit. W-A-N Jian nodded and said, Amen. It's a crucial moment now. Those who have money offer money. Those with strength exert strength. Later, you follow me. You can ask me anything that you don't understand. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to thank Brother W-A-N-G very much. Very soon, 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters gathered below the southern city walls. There were grade 5 and grade 6 experts. As for grade 7 and grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters, those already belonged to the top powerhouses. They were all repairing the Grand Array on the city walls. Feng Xiaotian cupped his fist to everyone and said, Brothers, everyone saw it too. The city wall city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged at present, almost paralyzed. The blood race is attacking us more and more frequently. And at most 5 days, they will make a renewed effort after failure. Without the city protecting Grand Array, it will be very hard for us to guard South Qi Giant City. Therefore, this Feng needs everyone's help. Those Heavenly Formation Masters immediately replied, Serving City Lord Feng is our honor. A hint of reluctance flashed across in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, and he gave a deep bow to the 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters. The cultivation realms of grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters were too low. There was a tremendous risk when repairing this kind of Grand Array that approached origin level. A single misstep, and they would be drained dry by the origin power contained in the Grand Array. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian had no other choice either. Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This place was really different. Feng Xiaotian merely gave a yell, and 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters stepped forward resolutely, without even a trace of hesitation. This was simply unimaginable in the extreme medicine sect. This was life-threatening. This Feng will be counting on everyone. Feng Xiaotian said with a choke. City Lord Feng doesn't need to be courteous. This is our responsibility. Everyone said in unison. Got to admit, Feng Xiaotian was very charismatic. His every movement and action gave people an amiable and approachable feeling. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could tell that Feng Xiaotian attached great importance to his men, and it did not seem to be hypocritical. Very soon, there were many grade 7 Heavenly Formation Masters that came over and brought these 1,000 over people away. The parts that grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters could repair were not many, but there was strength in numbers. Their partic 1 P. Asian would speed up the restoration of the Grand Array. 1 grade 6 Heavenly Formation Master bring along 10 grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters. The 10 of you grade 6 Heavenly Formation Masters follow me to assist me in repairing the Grand Array. Whatever I make you all do, just follow. Make sure not to act on your own. Understood? A grade 7 Heavenly Formation Master arrived in front of Yi Yuan and the rest, and he directly picked out 110 people and left. The others were the same too. This way of division could reduce the casualties to a minimum. This seat has already divided this piece of grade 7 Heavenly Formations formation base. The 11 of you will be in charge of this area. Remember, you have to be super careful. Make sure not to make any mistakes. The grade 6 Heavenly Formation expert who brought Yi Yuan said respectfully, Yes, Lord Qi Li. This person was called Lu Yi. He was quite successful in the aspect of formations. With regards to Qi Li's order, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it. He had already started to size this majestic, heaven-shocking grand array up and down. Yi Yuan had similarly seen before many array formations with tremendous power in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's records. His knowledge and experience could not be mentioned in the same breath as these people. This city, protecting Grand Array, was an extremely complicated, interlinked Grand Array. Furthermore, it touched Origin Realm and was only a step away from a true Origin Grand Array. An interlinked Grand Array was not what a Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master could set up. It must have been jointly produced through numerous Heavenly Formation Masters. This Grand Array was linked to the Absolute Heaven Barrier, sealing off all paths of retreat. If the Blood Race wanted to breach the Absolute Heaven Barrier, there was only breaking through South Chi Giant City. It was just that South Chi Giant City had experienced a series of fierce battles. The power of this Grand Array was long already less than a tenth. After experiencing the previous battle, it was even more ruined now. It could be seen from this how terrifying the battle before they came was. Suddenly, a miserable cry came over, startling Yi Yuan awake. A Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master was already devoured by the Grand Array. However, the others did not even turn their heads around. It was not that they were numb, but that they had to race against time. In South Chi Giant City, dead people were really something that was all too normal. Sorrow, this kind of emotion, was the most useless. If people died, then the debt had to be repaid in blood. Repairing the Grand Array meant that they could kill more Bloodkins, and they would be able to avenge everyone. Kid, what are you still in a daze for? In South Chi Giant City, there's no time for you to grieve over losses. Hurry up and get to work. Lu Yi shouted coldly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, repairing like this, forget about 5 days. Even if it's 50 days, it can't be repaired entirely at all. Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that this new kid really had a lot of C.R.A.P. The adults still did not know whether or not it could be repaired entirely. Was it your turn, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, to speak? That's not something that you should worry about. You just care about repairing. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of taking action. He just said lightly, these over 1,000 people aren't even enough to fill the crevices between the teeth. After the people die out, it's impossible to finish repairing too. And the repaired Grand Array will still be too weak to stand up to a single hit. This way, we're purely wasting time. Lu Yi exploded the moment he heard it, and said with a cold smile, oh, then you mean that we're resigning ourselves to doom here? New kid, I don't care where you're some bulls. H.I. plus T genius from. In South Chi Giant City, just obey orders. Are you doing it or not? If you're not doing it, hurry up and get lost for your father. Yi Yuan did not get angry and just said coolly, give me an hour. I think I can repair the formation base here by myself. What Yi Yuan was referring to was the range of these 110 people and not their 10 people range. The array formation that these 110 Heavenly Formation Masters were working on reached several tens of thousands. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it simply could not be repaired without a day's time. Now, Yi Yuan actually shamelessly boasted that he could finish repairing in an hour by himself. Was this not a joke? Lu Yi laughed from extreme fury and said, kid, I think that you're not here to repair the Grand Array, but here to cause trouble, right? Get lost. I don't have the time to listen to you boast here. W.A.N. Jian also did not think that Yi Yuan could boast so much. Did you freaking specifically come to South Chi Giant City to posture? But you did not know that this place was not a place to posture at all, right? There was only killing and obedience here. Yi Yuan, here isn't the extreme medicine sect. You got to judge the situation when you're boasting, all right? W.A.N. Ji Yen urged. Yi Yuan said helplessly, I'm not boasting. Whether or not it can be done, the outcome will be seen in an hour. Also, I hope that everyone can stop. Repairing like this will only cost lives in vain. It's too inefficient. Ah boy, what high-sounding sentiments. These 1,000 people stopping for an hour. Do you know how much work is going to be delayed? Can you afford to bear this loss? Yeah, even the grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master over there, Master Ziyong, can't help it. Are you, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, more impressive than him? Hurry up and get lost. If you keep messing around and delaying everyone's time, we'll directly send you on your way. For a moment, everyone's spearheads pointed at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2866 Breathtaking Repair. Chapter 2866 Breathtaking Repair. You mean that over 1,000 of us Heavenly Formation Masters here, including a bunch of Grade 8 and Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters, are not even as good as you, puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Louis looked at Yi Yuan and sneered coldly. If you did not brag, then it was me who was boasting. A punk who had just arrived was uttering wild ravings, truly ignorant. Liu was already prepared to make a move and send Yi Yuan off. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively wanting to reveal his ident. 1. Tai is he Gem and Cloudmount's disciple. But that way, everything would become meaningless. He would not be able to continue staying in this South Qi giant city too. Suddenly, his gaze glimpsed the Feng Xiaotian in the distance. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he shouted, "You're right. I'm not targeting anyone. The Heavenly Formation Masters here are all Tras. Plus clearly don't need people to die, yet you insist on using human lives to stack it up. What you all if not trash?" One speech shocked the entire city. Everyone put down the work in their hands and looked over here. Among them naturally included Feng Xiaotian too. Hearing this, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Where did this boy come from, being so arrogant? He was stunned. This kid really dared to continue. Ha ha, ignorant thing. I think that you're simply here to cause trouble. The restoration of the entire Grand Array has been delayed by you alone. You deserve death. Liu laughed with extreme fury, and his aura exploded and was about to exterminate Yi Yuan. Stop! Right at this time, he was stopped. The one who shouted at him to stop was precisely Feng Xiaotian. Liu hurriedly bowed and said, "City Lord Feng, this boy is deliberately disrupting the restoration of the Grand Array. This lowly one was just about to kill him, carry out capital punishment." Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother, this place is the battlefield. You mustn't shoot your mouth off. If you can't do it, not just you, the sect behind you shall also suffer a great wrath." When Yi Yuan saw Feng Xiaotian come over, he could not help letting out a sigh of relief. His judgment was indeed not wrong. The former posturing sentence was in order to attract everyone's attention, and the latter sentence was the crux to move Feng Xiaotian. He cherished his men very much. Actually, he was not willing to send these people to death. If there was a way that did not let these people die and could also repair the Grand Array, he would naturally be willing to use it, although he also knew that this possibility was very low. In reality, Feng Xiaotian knew better than anyone that 5 days was not enough at all. If these over 1,000 people died, they would have died in vain too. But even if the Grand Array was a fraction stronger, they would be able to kill a few more Bloodkins too. Was using 1,000 people to exchange for 2,000 Bloodkins worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. This was a last resort that could not be helped. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I'm willing to write up a military writ. Give me an hour. I'll restore this whole stretch. If I can't do it, I'll atone for my crime with my death. City Lord, Your Excellency, this boy is completely causing confusion in the morale of the troops. How can he, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, possibly do it?" "Yeah, City Lord, Your Excellency, stop talking nonsense with him. Time is being delayed by him. This boy might be the blood race's spy." And Body believed Yi Yuan's words at all. Too nonsensical. One person doing the work of 100 people. Furthermore, only needed an hour? Boasting was not done like this. However, Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "For the sake of everyone's safety, this city lord is willing to gamble once. Even if I'm tricked, I won't hesitate either." Yes, he was completely gambling, because even he himself also did not believe that Yi Yuan could do it. but he was willing to gamble. There were far too many people who died. A single less death, that was good too. It was also precisely this Compa's sound for ordinary soldiers that made his prestige in South Chi Giant City extremely high. South Chi Giant City's cohesiveness and combat power were also extremely shocking. Feng Xiaodian looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "There's no need to write up a military writ. If you trick us, this city lord will personally send you on your way." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and came right in front of a damaged stretch of Grand Array. Interlinked Grand Arrays were exceedingly complicated. Forget about a measly little Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. Even if it was a Grade 8 Heavenly Formation Master, it was hard to see through it too. These restoration works all had Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters designate an area first with a few small-scale array formation demarcated before they could complete it. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was also composed of one small array element after another. Those low-level Heavenly Formation Masters could not see through it, but did not hinder them from repairing the Grand Array. It was because these large formations were being analyzed little by little until in the end, demarcated into some Grade 5 and Grade 6 small array formations. This was like an assembly shop. Each person was in charge of their own production processes. When all the pipelines were finished, the Grand Array would naturally be completed. These low-grade Heavenly Formation Masters did not need to understand how these parts were produced. They just needed to install them. The ones who truly understood all these were the Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters. This region's restoration that Yi Yuan was going to complete, the difficulty was not just the workload of 100 people. He even had to understand the principles of this entire area. And he was only Grade 5. These Heavenly Formation Masters were insiders. They naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could complete the restoration. Yi Yuan did not make a move to repair, but started observing the formation bases in this region, looking like a professional who knew what he was doing. This scene naturally incurred a series of ridicules. Lu Yi smiled coldly and said, "Putting on an appearance. Forget about this load of 100 people. If he can complete one person's load, your father will go straight to the Blood Race's camp to kill the enemy." Qili also said disdainfully, "City Lord Feng has Compa's sound for his subordinates. How benevolent. It's just that this kid is completely wasting everybody's time. Hoo-hoo, he already looked for 15 minutes and only looked at such a tiny bit. I want to see how he completes the repair within an hour." Yi Yuan just continued looking like this. After looking for very long, he did not have the intention of making a move either. Logically speaking, this kind of restoration did not need to comprehend array formation at all. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was completely unnecessary in the eyes of the others. Furthermore, didn't repairing need time? Such a complicated array formation, even if it was until it was just Grade 5 Heavenly Formations that also required a huge amount of time to repair. Along with the Sage of Time, everyone believed more and more that Yi Yuan was purely talking nonsense. Feng Xiaodian also shook his head unwittingly. Sure enough, was it still a failed bet? This kid was just a little talented. Then he had grandiose ambitions without real ability and engaged in empty talk? It seemed like it was really the case. However, he himself also did not harbor any hope. No. Outside of the absolute heaven barrier, the Blood Race army was currently gathering. This time, the Blood Race was prepared to take down South Chi Giant City in one stroke. Blood Promise, this Blood Race army's commander-in-chief, was an Origin Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse. He had already fought with Feng Xiaodian for several hundred years. In the battle that had just ended, they paid the price of 13 Emperor Sakura Heaven deaths and forcefully riddled the city, protecting Grand Array full of holes. Hence, the Blood Race army gathered once more. They planned on bringing work to completion in one stroke. Absolute Heaven Barrier's Sageway only had a very small gap. They were unable to send too many powerhouses in. But time after time of wearing away, South Chi Giant City was finally tottering on its feet too. This time, this seat is going to perform a remarkable feat without equal. As long as we connect South Chi Giant City's Pa-S Sageway, our blood race will be able to reinforce troops to the absolute heaven barrier without ceasing. Absolute heaven barrier won't be far from collapse too. Blood Promise was somewhat boiling over with excitement at this time. Having fought fiercely with Heaven One continent for several thousand years, they finally saw the dawn of hope. And the crucial battle was being realized by him. How could he not be excited? Congratulations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. Felicitations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. The subordinates gave their congratulations one after another. At this time, a figure returned. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said with a smile, "Is there any activities at South Chi Giant City?" That subordinate said, "Lord Blood Promise, South Chi Giant City has stopped repairing the city protecting Grand Array." Blood Promise said in surprise, "The city protecting Grand Array is their lifeblood. How can they possibly give up?" The subordinate said, "It's absolutely true. If Your Excellency doesn't believe it, you can go over and take a look. It has already stopped for an hour." Blood Promise laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is this Feng Xiaotian indeed giving up? It looks like he has already come to his senses. The city protecting Grand Array no longer has the possibility of restoration. This seat won't give in the chat. 5 days. This seat only needs 5 days, and I'll be able to recover to my peak state. In order to breach the city, this seat is going to expend 1 heavenly blood bead." An hour Pa-S said in a twinkle. At this time, Yi Yuan was only left with the last 15 minutes. The surrounding jeering already became enraged, cursing him. 1 hour had been forcibly delayed by this fool. Why don't he go and die? Amidst countless cursing voices, Yi Yuan suddenly made a move. One stream of divine essence after another was injected into that damaged Grand Array, without the slightest trace of stopping. Those who were weaker could not even see Yi Yuan's movements clearly. Too fast. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Were you here to be a freaking joke? Who repaired Grand Arrays like how you're repairing? Repairing the formation base required deducing the surrounding array elements bit by bit and repairing it little by little. This was a colossal project that took a lot of time. But you're not even looking? In less than 100 breaths of time, Yi Yuan already fired out G. Oh, D knows how many streams of divine essence. Then he pointed at the void. That stretch of Grand Array was instantly lit up. Motes of array elements emerged again. This finger was like the Midas touch. Those heavenly formation masters discovered to their astonishment that the array elements had actually already linked up together at goodness knows when. The array elements were activated all at once. And then the formation base was consolidated, finally letting this large stretch of array formation be completely repaired. Too stunning. This move was like playing a game of Go. It was as if Yi Yuan's moves previously were all planting foreshadowing. Then the final move completely linked up his large dragon into one, instantly activating the whole thing. This kind of means was simply fantastic. If it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master accompli. Plussing this was not hard. But Yi Yuan was merely just a grade 5 heavenly formation master. He did not even understand the Grand Array. How'd he do it? At this moment, the over 1,000 heavenly formation masters present were dead silent. They even discovered that the region that Yi Yuan repaired was far greater than the area that he promised before. This was also to say that he alone used an hour's time to complete the load of 100 over people. This efficiency was simply divine. Could it be that this guy was a grade 9 heavenly formation master to begin with, and that he just concealed his strength? Impossible. This move, even a grade 9 heavenly formation master could not do it too. Even if it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, they would need to deduce it little by little too. Of course, their speed was on a completely different level than low levels. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, "This guy in ATC had all the limelight again. when Kenneth Mai, Lord Qing's, turned to steal the limelight. Chapter 2867, 100,000 Strong Army. Chapter 2867, 100,000 Strong Army. Little, and Master, how did you do it? This kind of restoration means is unheard of. Shock was written all over Feng Xiaoyan's face. Even his term of address changed. He had already been at South Qi Giant City for 3,000 years. This city protecting Grand Array had been damaged and repaired and damaged. Oh, D knows how many times already. The Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters that came to maintain the Grand Array died, and were replaced, and then replaced and died again. But Feng Xiaotian had never seen before such a breathtaking restoration method. Lu, Yi, and the rest had already completely shut up. He only felt a chill run down his spine. F***ck me, what have I done? I nearly throttled a major savior. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord, Your Excellency, doesn't have to be like this. This is just a small trick. Putting it bluntly, it's actually nothing. Everyone wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. You even freaking scared Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters until they pee. Yes, said their pants. Could you not posture? What kind of existence was Feng Xiaotian? He immediately discerned Yi Yuan's underlying meaning, his entire body trembling as he said, You mean that this sort of heaven-defying means can be disseminated? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Of course. Otherwise, why did I make them all stop? Feng Xiaotian sucked in a breath of cold air, immediately feeling wild elation. Over 1,000 people using this kind of means to restore the Grand Array at the same time. What kind of terrifying efficiency was that? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Feng Xiaotian gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, Master, please impart this technique. If we stop the blood race, you'll be South Qi Giant City's #1 meritorious official. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Feng Xiaotian up and said, City Lord, Your Excellency mustn't be like this. The brothers are resisting the blood race here, with almost certainty of death. Why would this Yi cherish my own belonging? That's of little value. This technique is called Lesser Origin Restoration Art. It's specifically used for repairing large-scale array formations. Hang on, you're saying this is the Lesser Origin Restoration Art? Beside Feng Xiaotian, Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master, Wang Fan had shock written all over his face. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Wang Fan similarly drew a breath of cold air and said, Legends have it that the greater and lesser origin restoration arts were created by the #1 formation Dao He Jimin back then, He Jimin Luo Tian. It's ever successful in repairing array formations. But this technique has long already been lost for many years. Little brother, you actually let see the light of day again? Actually, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise back then was a tremendous loss to the entire 33 heavens. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's road to rise accompanied slaughter and accompanied plundering back then. Countless precious books, treasures, all had been collected by the Labyrinth Divine Palace. But in the wake of the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise, many precious treasures were all buried in the dust of history. This lesser origin restoration art was one of them. Mi Tian said that the truly formidable one was the greater origin restoration art. However, the greater origin restoration art should be hidden in the real Labyrinth Divine Palace. Yi Yuan only obtained the lesser origin restoration art. But the lesser origin restoration art was also a great tool to repair large-scale array formations. This secret art normally did not have much use, but it was definitely incomparably sharp. The so-called lesser origin restoration art was actually a kind of algorithm. No matter how complicated the array formation was, there would always be rules to laying down formations. And the lesser origin restoration art was the technique that made use of damaged array formations to calculate the rule of laying down the formation. As long as one found the rule to set up the formation, and then proceeded to repair the array element nodes inside, the array formation would be restored naturally. Of course, talking about it was simple But without exceedingly formidable means in Formation Tao, one absolutely could not find the rules involved. Only by comprehending the source and standing an extremely high level and it lies countless array formations could one find a suitable restoration art that could be used universally. Therefore, while it was simple to really do, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just like 1 + 1 = 2, this was the mathematical problem that everyone knew. But to understand why 1 + 1 = 2 would be an extremely terrifying idea. Even if it was a top mathematician, it was hard to solve it through immeasurable effort too. Since time immemorial, there was only Hegemon Luo Tian alone who reached this level of attainment. Therefore, after the labyrinth divine palace fell, this set of techniques had also been lost. Presently, this set of lost techniques saw the light of day anew, stunning all the formation path masters. That was also something within reason. Hence, Yi Yuan began imparting the lesser origin restoration art. This thing was like a formula. As long as you learned it, you could just nest it in. Of course, there were difficult areas too. Just as how to apply the formula nimbly was also a knowledge. One had to know heavenly formations were not mathematically formulas. Its complexity even surpassed said the level of astronomy. Even if heavenly stratum powerhouses were all immensely formidable, it also could not be learned in a short while. This process roughly needed 3 days. However, a beard lathered was half shaved. These 3 days' time would naturally be worth it. At this time, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan was talking big to impress people anymore. Those who cursed Yi Yuan before were all extremely embarrassed, said, especially Lu Yi. He was immensely regretful in his heart. Coming before Yi Yuan, he slapped his own mouth ruthlessly. He nearly caused a great disaster. If not for City Lord Feng having a sharp eye for discovering able people, then he would really have handed the chance of victory this time over to the blood race with both hands. Then he would really be the center of the entire Heaven One continent. The news of the restoration of the Grand Array being at a standstill was sent back to the blood race like the wind. Great Emperor Blood Promise even personally went to the absolute heaven barrier and looked at South Chi Giant City from afar. Sure enough, everything stopped. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The entire South Chi Giant City did not have any activities. However, he also saw that countless powerhouses flooded into South Chi Giant City. Clearly, the rear had reinforced a lot of forces. South Chi Giant City was already prepared to put up a desperate fight. But without the city protecting Grand Array's protection, when had their blood race been afraid of anyone before? But when it reached the 4th day, the restoration of the Grand Array started again. Hearing this news, Blood Promise burst out laughing. Could it be that this Feng Xiaotian went mad? 5 days' time, used up 3 days for no reason. Now, there are only 2 days left, and he ran back to repair the Grand Array? What can 2 days be enough to do? Blood Promise naturally knew this city protecting Grand Array like the back of his hand too. Forget about 2 days. Even if it was 20 days, it was insufficient to repair it too. Therefore, he was ridiculing Feng Xiaotian madly. This troublesome opponent finally panicked. As for the progress of the restoration, they were unable to judge it. On the one hand, they could only observe from a distance. On the other hand, if the Grand Array did not erupt with power, they could not feel it too. This was unless they came near the city. Only then could they feel the Grand Array distinctly. 5 days later, the Blood Race army was finished gathering. This time, they gathered a 100,000-strong army. This number was already the limit that the absolute heaven barrier could withstand. Any more, and the absolute heaven barrier would rebound cruise. Plussing all of these ants. Of course, outside of the absolute heaven barrier, those hegemon realms were all being tied down. Otherwise, if they took the initiative to attack, a 100,000-strong army was not even enough to look at. Blood Promise stood in front of the army with an imposing appearance. Children, today, it's finally the day where we'll breach the absolute heaven barrier. As long as we take down South Chi Giant City, we'll be the Blood Race's heroes. At that time, all the glory will fall on us. This seat will break through to Hegeman realm, and you all will also soar to the heavens in one bound. Success or failure hinges on this one action. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said, "Great Emperor is mighty. The blood race will definitely win." The tsunami-like voices echoed around the periphery of the absolute heaven barrier. "Now you all follow this seat and trample South Chi Giant City flat. Trample South Chi flat. Trample South Chi flat. Trample South Chi flat." The blood race's momentum rose to the pinnacle. They all already knew that Feng Xiaotian had already given up on the city protecting Grand Array. The Heaven One Alliance, without the city protecting Grand Array, was too weak. The 100,000-strong army charged into the absolute heaven barrier in mighty contingents. Chapter 2868 Divine Battle. Great Victory Without Equal. Chapter 2868 Divine Battle. Great Victory Without Equal. In the sky above South Chi Giant City, it was densely filled with figures. Feng Xiaotian took the lead, his face full of solemnness. There was only an army of 60,000 behind him. These few years, the blood race's powerhouses grew more and more, and South Chi Giant City's expenditure increased more and more. The troop replenishment also gradually slowed down. The blood race's battle tactic was very simple. Use numbers to swarm you to death. This time, there were only 5 short days. South Chi Giant City seriously had no time to replenish the troops. With 60,000 versus 100,000, this was a very awkward comparison. The blood race was strong to begin with. Even fighting 1-on-3 was normal. But now, they used 60,000 troops to face the blood race's 100,000. Without the enhancement of the Grand Array, it was really hopeless this time. In the army of 60,000, the people's faces all carried a solemn and tragic expression, as if brave warriors who would never return. They did not know that the Grand Array was already almost finished repairing. Feng Xiaotian told them that the Grand Array was already completely crippled. It was useless. The 60,000-strong army could only forcefully resist the blood race's 100,000 elite soldiers. Therefore, these people were all already harboring the determination of certain death to fight to the death with the blood race. But actually, the Grand Array was only a step away from restoration. As long as these thousands of people unleashed the Lesser Origin Restoration art simultaneously, the city protecting Grand Array would be finished repairing instantly. Not repairing, it was suggested by Yi Yuan. Seeing as how the Grand Array was about to be finished repairing, everyone, including Feng Xiaotian, were beside themselves with joy. But Yi Yuan suddenly suggested to stop repairing the Grand Array, because once the Grand Array was repaired, that tremendous undulation could not be concealed. At that time, the blood race would be on guard. With the Lesser Origin Restoration art, letting the Grand Array be completely repaired was merely a blink of an eye. So at this time, making them suffer from their own scheme was the best strategy. One want to win a big one. Listening to Yi Yuan's words, Feng Xiaotian instantly calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. What a formidable boy. When everyone fell into a frenzy, he could maintain his cool and plot to maximize the fruits of the battle. Furthermore, this kind of operation was without the slightest flaws. Even if the blood race racked their brains, they absolutely could not think that they could completely repair this near-collapse city protecting Grand Array within a short 2 days. Ha! Feng Xiaotian, looks like you already have some awareness. This seat has coveted your blood for a long time already. 2 armies standing facing each other. Blood Premie's heroic spirit surged to the sky. Around him, just the Emperor Sakura Heaven experts were more than 30 people. And on Feng Xiaotian's side, there were only 8 people. For the sake of this great battle, the blood race could be said to have brought out all their elites. Different from the Heaven One Alliance, the blood race had as many powerhouses as clouds. They were blocked by the absolute heaven barrier and unable to devote their full combat force at all. In the great battle 5 days ago, the blood race lost more than 10 Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses, finally destroying the city protecting Grand Array. And this time, Blood Promise transferred over all of the elites that could be mobilized. In this battle, he was determined to succeed. Feng Xiaotian said disdainfully, "Vanquish foe, how dare you speak bravely?" The two people had fought no idea how many times. Feng Xiaotian firmly suppressed Blood Promise. It was just that because of the blood race's special characteristics, Feng Xiaotian could not kill his opponent at all. Blood Promise did not get angry either, and said with a snicker, "Feng Xiaotian, you're also just relying on the city protecting Grand Array to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue. Now, the city protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. This seat wants to see what you still have to be arrogant." Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air and shouted, "Even if we fight until the last soldier, we absolutely won't let you all take half a step into the absolute heaven barrier too. Brothers, what should we do? The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die. The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die. The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die." The air teemed with the aura of slaughter. They no longer had any paths of retreat. They were only risking their lives to kill a path out. This murderous aura that surged to the sky. Even Blood Promise was visibly moved by it too. He suddenly realized that this would likely be an unprecedentedly tough battle today. In the past, the South Qi army had the city protecting Grand Array and would not be hopeless like today. But today, they only had the path of cutting all means of retreat to take. Feng Xiaotian looked at Blood Promise and said with a cold smile, "You saw that, Blood Promise? Wanting to open up the absolute heaven barrier, step over our dead bodies." Blood Promise's gaze turned dark, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Then we'll step over your corpses. Children, follow this seat and trample South Qi." Under his word of command, the 100,000-strong army had blood energy surging to the sky, dyeing the sky red. In this 100,000-strong army, they were all elites among elites. How shocking was that commotion? Feng Xiaotian did not move. This was because the Blood Race army had not entered the range of the Grand Array yet. Heavenly Stratum powerhouses moved extremely fast. Even if it was an army of 100,000 people, Russ. Plusing to the city was merely an instant too. In a blink, both sides clashed together in close quarters. And in the next second, Yi Yuan lightly made a hand gesture. Over 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters started using the Lesser Origin Restoration art at virtually the same time. Rumble. The city protecting Grand Array was finished repairing. The time was grasped perfectly. The city protecting Grand Array instantly gave off a dazzling light, enveloping the 100,000-strong army fully. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted. The power of the city protecting Grand Array had increased. As South Qi Giant City's city lord, Feng Xiaotian was all too familiar with the city protecting Grand Array. After years on end of warfare and the Grand Array being constantly repaired, the power was actually already less than 1/10 of its heyday. But now, the Grand Array had recovered at least 70% of its power. This was too terrifying. The Lesser Origin Restoration art was too impressive. Yi Yuan was too awesome, because Feng Xiaotian knew that even if Yi Yuan imparted the Lesser Origin Restoration art to everyone, his efficiency was still dozens of times higher than the others. The load of Yi Yuan's soul restoration could match 100 people's amount. He alone practically did nearly 20% of the workload. Without Yi Yuan, even if there was the Lesser Origin Restoration art, it was also impossible to completely repair it, and it was even less likely to let the Grand Array recover 70% of its power. Blood Promise's face turned green. He lifted his head to look at the sky in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The city protecting Grand Array was fully repaired within 2 days. Furthermore, the power of the Grand Array increased by a great deal. Was this a miracle? How did Feng Xiaotian do it? How many blood race powerhouses had fallen in order to wear down the power of the Grand Array? Just the Origin Realm powerhouses had no less than 100 people who died. Now, you're telling me that the Grand Array was completely restored? Didn't that mean that all of our people who died for so many years had all been in vain? ILF, UC, KU, countless painstaking effort, countless battles, countless deaths. In the end, it was actually all for naught? Blood Promise was going crazy. However, he no longer had time to be shocked. No one was more clear than him about the power of this interlinked Grand Array. He felt that all the blood in his body was about to explode. It was over. In the next second, countless flames, lightning, ice, falling rocks fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the Grand Array, these terrifying attacks seemed to have eyes, all landing on the Bloodkins. Suddenly, miserable cries were continuous. No matter how strong these low-level Bloodkins were, they died upon contact. Under such power, they did not have time to revive at all and were directly obliterated. South Chi Giant City became a purgatory once more. The 60,000-strong Heaven One army looked at this scene before their eyes muddle-headedly, completely stunned. Wasn't it agreed upon to fight to the death? Wasn't it agreed upon that the Grand Array was crippled? Wasn't it agreed upon to drain the last drop of blood? We had not even freaking made a move yet, and the blood race already had more than half dead or injured. But in the next instant, everyone went crazy. They looked at Feng Xiaotian, their gazes full of fanatical wars. I+P. Indeed, this is our omnipotent G-O-D of war. 2 days. We only used 2 days and completely restored the city protecting Grand Array. This is simply a miracle. City Lord is mighty. Heaven One Alliance is mighty. City Lord His Excellency is omnipotent, mowing down all resistance. Miracle. Divine battle. This is Heaven One's most brilliant victory ever. Heaven One army had already gone completely crazy. It was just that the hero in their eyes, their gazes landed on another person at this time. Their gazes full of fanaticism. Yi Yuan created an unprecedented miracle. This time was different. Outside the Grand Array, the blood race could continuously deplete the Grand Array and wear down the army. But once they fell into the Grand Array, what awaited them would be a Saker. Heaven gave the blood race a powerful bloodline power. Then it would also strip them of other abilities. The blood race was extremely weak in Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao, these great Daos. Otherwise, they also would not have spent several thousand years in front of the absolute heaven barrier. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning fell, directly bombarding on Blood Promise's body. His aura instantly withered significantly. At this time, he was breaking out of the encirclement frenziedly, wanting to charge out of the Grand Array crazily. His strength was too strong. Origin powerhouses. Even if it was the city protecting Grand Array, it was hard to obliterate him too. Feng Xiaoyan's gaze turned intent. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he shouted, "Brothers, let's create an unprecedented divine battle together. Follow me and kill together." Kill! The battle cry of the 60,000-strong Heaven One army shook the heavens. Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master, Wang Fan, brought a group of Grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters and were currently controlling the Grand Array vigorously. The Heaven One army was like fish in water inside the Grand Array. They did not show the slightest leniency, killing the blood race powerhouses wantonly. Mother ****, your father has never killed so satisfyingly before. Haha, awesome. Awesome. How is this killing people? This is simply killing pigs. Blood race BASTARDS, you guys have today too. Ha ha ha. Your father is going to kill all of you. Heaven One army's powerhouses were all satisfied to the extreme. Under the cooperation of the Grand Array, the blood race powerhouses could not stand up to a single blow at all. They had never killed the blood race so satisfyingly before. This was a Saker to their heart's content. In the past, even if there was the help of the city protecting Grand Array, They were unable to obliterate the blood race thoroughly too. So each great battle, the blood race would have many wounded but few deaths. Could not beat, just directly retreat. They could not do anything at all. While on Heaven One's side, if they died, they would really be dead. But today was completely different. This was a one-sided slaughter. Feng Xiaotian slammed a punch-out, directly killing an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse. Awesome. Too satisfying. Killing Emperor Sakura Heavens like killing dogs. Yi Yuan, you're really too remarkable. Blood promise. Didn't you want to drink my blood? Don't run. Amidst the loud laughter, Feng Xiaotian chased after him. Chapter 2869 Victory Report. Blood Race Trembles. Hegemon's Raising Eyebrows. Chapter 2869 Victory Report. Blood Race Trembles. Hegemon's Raising Eyebrows. The current blood promise lost his soul and was quaking in his boots. Quickly stop Feng Xiaotian. Blood promise shouted at the top of his voice. Hence, another 3 Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses immediately came up to surround and block Feng Xiaotian. But, in the grand array, how could they be Feng Xiaotian's match? After a few rounds, 3 people were killed by Feng Xiaotian. Blood Promise took this chance and pushed through the city, protecting Grand Array, and fled for his life crazily. Blood Race B. A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Watch your Grandpa Ching's spear. Come on, bring it. Aren't you all very impressive? In the army, Yang Qing's long spear killed until the Blood Race did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Under Emperor Realm, they were not opponents that could last one exchange with him. Big Yellow, Xiao Qing, and Jingfei were also killing the enemy frenziedly. Yi Yuan joined the battle too, collecting the blood essence of the Blood Race. Such a fine opportunity, Yi Yuan naturally would not let it go. This battle fought until heaven and earth dimmed, blood flowing like rivers. Blood Promise was killed several times, but he revived each time. But even so, he suffered huge losses this time too, and it would be difficult to recover again within a short time. The 100,000-strong Blood Race army had less than 1,000 people who escaped. Heaven One is mighty. City Lord is mighty. The shouting was akin to a huge wave, shocking heaven and earth. This was an unprecedented great victory, a great victory that was to one's heart's content. However, not long ago, they were still in despair. This great reversal was really satisfying until their souls left their bodies. 100,000 troops completely annihilated. That's an army of 100,000. I feel like I'm dreaming until now. Ouch, what did you hit me for? Too satisfying. Really too awesome. City Lord Feng is truly a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. It's been a few thousand years, right? In 108 cities, Heaven One Alliance had countless casualties, but we have never experienced before such a great victory with accomplishments that surpass SES ancient and modern times. We won. Talking until the back. Many people burst out, crying heavenly straight and powerhouses all had strong state of minds. The scene of tens of thousands of people weeping was simply unimaginable. Everyone cast fervent gazes toward Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the firmament, overlooking all life as he raised his fist, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "We won. Won. Everyone raised their hands and shouted. Feng Xiaotian made a hand gesture as he said agitatedly, "Brothers, you all are mistaken. The one who created this miracle isn't me, Feng Xiaotian, but him." His hand pointed at Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of gazes focused on Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Everyone was shocked. Saint Sovereign Heaven, you gotta be joking. I know that various brothers have doubts in your heart, but in this battle, Yi Yuan contributed the most. The city protecting Grand Array really couldn't be restored anymore. It was Yi Yuan who brought the long-lost Lesser Origin Restoration art that let the Grand Array be completely restored. Yi Yuan's formation path attainments is transcendent. He alone completed 20% of the workload. When the Grand Array was about to be repaired, it was also him who reminded this city lord to let this city lord draw the bow, but not discharge the arrow, luring the enemy deep in. Actually, Yi Yuan told me before that he doesn't want this credit, but I, Feng Xiaotian, can't take his credit. Without lying to everyone, even if I knew that the Grand Array could be repaired, I also never thought that there could be such an Astonies. Plus in great victory. But that moment when the Grand Array was repaired, I was stunned. The city protecting Grand Array actually directly recovered to 70% of its peak power. Therefore, this unprecedented great victory was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Feng Xiaotian's voice echoed, his voice spreading throughout the entire South Qi giant city. Whose? Plus in an instant, countless voices erupted. Heaven One Army's powerhouses were all shocked to the extreme. A Saint's sovereign heaven dictated the entire war situation? Too crazy. Too inconceivable. But they knew that Feng Xiaotian would not lie. His matter was absolutely true. Where did this guy pop out from? In their impression, only hegemon realms, only origin emperor Sakura heavens, only such existences could dictate the war. But who could have thought that an ant-like Saint's sovereign heaven actually made 100,000 bloodkins lose their lives at South Qi Giant City? A total of 100,000 bloodkins. In the past, it was not that South Qi Giant City had not fought with an army of 100,000 bloodkins before. But South Qi Giant City paid the price of more than 100,000 powerhouses' lives in order to repel the blood race. This was even under the circumstances of having the city protecting Grand Array. However, today, they annihilated the blood race's 100,000-strong army with virtually zero casualties. Master Yi is awesome. Master Yi is mighty. The 60,000-strong Heaven One army raised their hands and cheered again. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of gratitude, full of shock and full of pride. In his panic, Blood Promise heard South Qi Giant City's yells. He could not help being taken aback. Who was Master Yi? Facing this scene, Yi Yuan was quite helpless. He really did not want to steal this limelight. Who knew that Feng Xiaotian, this fellow, was actually so forthright? By the side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with envy. The limelight was S-N-A-T-C. Head up, are you alone again? Are you all blind? Didn't you see sovereign azure sky rampage in all directions? Above the void, one black and one white figure stood proudly in the sky. Edgeless, you're too weak. If not for me, we really might not have been able to breach South Qi Giant City. Ha ha. The black-robed man looked in the direction of the absolute heaven barrier and laughed loudly without ceasing. Edgeless was the hegemon realm who was closest to South Qi Giant City. The reason why South Qi Giant City became a human world purgatory was that his strength was too weak. He was weak. The absolute heaven barrier around him was not strong enough. The gap was naturally the largest too. The 9 great giant cities were actually guarded by the 9 weakest hegemon realms. And Edgeless was the weakest among the 9 people. Like the absolute heaven barrier that was guarded by hegemon Cloudmount, the pious sageway that was left behind could at most only let 10,000 people pass through at the very most. Even if the blood race had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would be difficult to open up a gap from his place too. Therefore, the blood race virtually placed all of their energy on the 9 great giant cities. Among them, South Qi Giant City was the most important. South Qi Giant City's capture was near at hand. Eugene was naturally in a great mood and made digs at Edgeless. When the blood race sieged a city, there must be a hegemon realm to restrain. Otherwise, if Edgeless made a move, no matter how many people it was, it could only be death too. However, they already formed a tacit agreement between themselves long ago that they would not take the initiative to attack. This was because the blood race could not gain any advantages in front of the absolute heaven barrier. Edgeless' expression was very ugly. He was burning with anxiety in his heart too. He was naturally clear about South Qi Giant City's situation. He blamed himself. If not for him, South Chi Giant City would not have fallen into enemy hands. But he really did his best already. Once South Chi Giant City opens, our Blood Race army will be able to enter the absolute heaven barrier continuously in endless streams. At that time, the absolute heaven barrier will exist only in name. The blood of all you hegemon realms will be ours sooner or later. Edgeless, are you very anxious right now? Do you feel very desperate? Right, it's this expression. Ha ha. Reproach yourself for your incompetence. The absolute heaven barrier is merely a mantis trying to stop a cart. Hegemon Eugene mocked without restraint. He was full of joy in his heart. Their blood race's hegemons held deep-seated hatred towards the absolute heaven barrier. Now, seeing this situation, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, a blood light flashed in front of him. A phantom appeared. This person was precisely Blood Promise, who escaped with his life. This was Blood Promise's message. Hegemon Eugene smiled lightly and said, Blood Promise, you did well. This seat only asks you this. Has South Chi Giant City been slaughtered clean? Blood Promise's expression was like his mother had died. Kneeling down with a thud, he said with a quiver, Lord Eugene, we failed. What? What did you say? Impossible. The city protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. Even if 100,000 pigs were sent in, it's also impossible to fail, right? Blood Promise, you're courting death. Blood Promise's words were seemingly like a loud slap, slapping until Hegemon Eugene felt his head spin, his eyesight blurring. Hence, he became incredibly furious. When a hegemon was enraged, heaven and earth would change colors. On the other side, Hegemon Edgeless was similarly stupefied, his gaze full of astonishment. How is this possible? Feng Xiaotian actually blocked it? But the army did not seem to have entered the absolute heaven barrier for very long. Blood Promise quivered even harder, and he said, it's the city protecting Grand Array that had a problem. The city protecting Grand Array wasn't damaged at all. Feng Xiaotian lured us into the Grand Array and instantly activated the Grand Array. South Chi's city protecting Grand Array recovered to its peak power all at once. Our army of 100,000 has been virtually wiped out. Talking until the end, Blood Promise's voice was already akin to an ant's. But Hegemon Eugene heard it all. An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated. Bang! The phantom in front of him directly exploded and dissipated without a trace. Eugene's fury could already immolate heaven and earth. Ha ha! Eugene, I'm very weak, but our Heaven One is akin to having providential help. Army of 100,000 completely annihilated. This time, you probably also can't give an explanation after you return to the clan, right? Sorry about this. You most likely won't be able to drink this seat's blood. Edgeless laughter reverberated throughout the heavens. Really satisfying. An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated. When did our Heaven One achieve such a terrifying great victory before? That was right. It was terrifying. This victory sounded like it was simply a fantasy tale. Too horrifying. Killing 100,000 bloodkins. What kind of concept was that? The more furious Eugene was, the better he, Edgeless, felt. These days, he had really been oppressed badly. Thank you, South Chi Giant City. Thank you, Feng Xiaotian. It was just that beyond the ridiculing, he was also very confused in his heart. He was still aware of how much ability Feng Xiaotian had. This punk had the chance to advance to Hegemon, but to talk about Formation Dao, he really did not have this ability. Just who on earth was it? To actually do such a major thing that had the ability to rule the world? Ha ha! What a stinking brat. The big gift that you gave Master is really too surprising. Really too satisfying. Seeing the battle report that was sent over, Hegemon Cloudmount was extremely delighted below true sovereign heaven, all annihilated. Emperor Cloud Heaven Bloodkins, more than 2,000 killed. Emperor Vast Heaven Bloodkins, more than 400 killed. Emperor Sakura Heaven Bloodkins, 28 killed. The battle report that came from South Chi Giant City simply set the world on fire. Although he did not know what happened in South Chi Giant City, he knew that Yi Yuan must have done it. Apart from him, there was no one else. He knew that Yi Yuan went to South Chi Giant City. When he got the Extreme Medicine Sex message, he was still worried about Yi Yuan's safety. South Chi Giant City's situation was very bad. He was very worried too. Who knew that such a piece of Estonies? H.I. Plus in good news was actually transmitted over. Chapter 2870 Blood Imitation Pill. Chapter 2870 Blood Imitation Pill. Old Fogey Cloudmount. You really accepted a fine disciple. Old thing, this time, your father really has to hand it to you. This battle is satisfying. Old Fogey Cloudmount. This time, you can show off however you like. In the absolute heaven barrier, the hegemons felt an upsurge of emotion too. This kind of unprecedented great victory had never been experienced since the rise of the blood race. Too satisfying. These 100,000 blood race elite soldiers were absolutely not expendable to the blood race too. After this battle, the blood race had to dial it back too. Who said that your father is going to show off? Humph. This punk just came to Heaven One Continent for a few years. The contributions that he rendered are even greater than your father. This hegemon realm. No can do. Your father has to go beat him, in case he becomes C.O.C. Keyer than ever. Swaz. H. Plus a stream of flowing light flew out. Hegemon Cloudmount's clone flew straight for South Chi Giant City. The faces of the group of hegemon realms immediately turned black. This was called not showing off. If I couldn't beat you, I'd definitely press you, this old thing, on the ground and rub up and down. Yi Yuan, you're saying that we lost at the hands of a measly little saint sovereign heaven? Hang on, why is this name a little familiar? In the blood G, O, D temple, Lord W, N. Jizwa's face was somewhat stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that the truth would actually be so surprising. Originally, South Chi Giant City finally opened up a Pa-S, Sageway, and Lord W. A. N. Jizwa was very happy. Who could have thought that 100,000 elites actually went and never returned? He was somewhat unable to accept this result. A battle that was a certain win actually ended being defeated so thoroughly in the end. The important thing was that the blood race completely did not know whose hands they were defeated at. Feng Xiaotian? Absolutely not. The blood race was too clear about how much capability Feng Xiaotian had. Hence, the blood G. O. D Temple activated Heaven One Continent's intelligence system and finally knew everything. Yi Yuan. This name appeared in front of Lord W. N. Jizwa. The blood race's intelligence chief said, Lord W. A. N. Jizwa remembered correctly. The defeat in the Battle of Northern View City was precisely because this Yi Yuan came in between. That's why we fell short of success at the last step. Lord Bloodsky is also seriously wounded and haven't recovered because of him. Lord W. A. N. Jizwa's gaze turned cold, revealing some killing intent. These two times were both the blood race's strategic victory. It was actually ruined in the hands of a saint's sovereign heaven. Unprecedented humiliation. The chief knew that Lord W. A. N. Jizwa had killing intent aroused. Have you figured out why South Chi City protecting Grand Array would suddenly recover? Lord W. A. N. Jizwa said in a solemn voice. The chief said, we figured it out. It was hegemon Luo Tian's lesser origin restoration art. It said that this lesser origin restoration art landed in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's hands in the end. So this subordinate guessed that this boy might have very likely obtained the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. Lord W. A. N. Jizwa's pupils constricted, his gaze full of shock. Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. These few words seemed to have magical power. The super great sect that swept across the heavens back then. Even he, this royal bloodkin, was extremely moved by the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance too. In addition, Heaven One Alliance has already imparted the lesser origin restoration art all round to the 108 cities. In the future, if we want to open up a pious, sage way, it will likely be even harder. The chief could not help feeling a headache. Originally, the blood race had already seen the dawn of the absolute heaven barrier being breached. Who knew that they would actually return to before liberation overnight because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence? Freaking H-E-L-L. Who to reason this out with? Lord W.A.N. Jizwa mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "Inform the Dark Knight to kill Yi Yuan at any cost." The chief's gaze turned intent, being extremely shocked. Dark Knight consisted of bloodkins lying low in Heaven One continent. It was also him who was responsible for liaison with Dark Knight. His information also came from Dark Knight. It was too difficult for the blood race to want to slip into Heaven One continent through the absolute heaven barrier. Hence, each one in Dark Knight was very precious. Lord W.A.N. Jizwa was actually disregarding all costs for the sake of a measly little saint's sovereign heaven. If Yi Yuan strayed outside, that would still be fine. But if he kept hiding in South Chi Giant City, the price of wanting to kill him would be too great. Feng Xiaodian was not to be messed with. What? You want to go out of the absolute heaven barrier? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, He Jimin Cloudmount nearly bit his tongue off. Are you freaking kidding? Your father doesn't even dare to go out, and you want to go out? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's been a few thousand years. The blood race is getting stronger and stronger, but we know nothing about them. At this rate, it's very bad for us. If my guesses are right, you all are already under tremendous pressure now, right? More than tremendous. It was simply Mount Tai Cruz. H.I. Plussing down from above. Having obtained 2 continents, the blood race acquired countless blood. This was their capital to become strong. In these few thousand years, the blood race gave birth to 5 hegemon realms. Heaven One Alliance did not have a single one. Not only did they not have any, 3 hegemon realms even fell in these few thousand years. With one declining and the other rising, the absolute heaven barrier was actually in a precarious situation already. At this rate, the blood race's hegemon realms would get more and more. Even if Heaven One's hegemons joined hands, they would not be the blood race's match anymore as well. At that time, it would be true despair. Hegemon Cloudmount had a black face as he said, "This has nothing to do with you. What you have to do now is to devote yourself to cultivation and grow your strength. Even if you break through to Emperor Sakura Heaven, it will be of tremendous help to the Alliance too." This boy was already unbelievably impressive at just Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, Cloudmount simply did not dare to imagine it. Perhaps he would be the blood race's nightmare. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. We know absolutely nothing. It's very dangerous. Only I'm the most suitable to infiltrate the blood race." Hegemon Cloudmount's mouth curled, and he said, "The blood race's aura is very unique. After you go out of the absolute heaven barrier, you'll immediately get recognized. The blood race must have already learned about South Chi Giant City's matter. I think that they would love to have you walk right into a trap at this time." Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly, the aura on his body changed. A-B-L-O-O-D. Why an evil aura emerged from his body. This aura was actually identical with the blood race. Seeing Ghost. If not for that Yi Yuan was still chatting with him earlier, he would definitely have smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap right now. Hegemon Cloudmount's eyes became wide saucers, and he said in disbelief, "How did you do it?" The blood race's aura could not be imitated at all. That kind of aura was derived from bloodline, derived from each cell. Even if it was a hegemon realm, they would not be able to sneak into the blood race too. Otherwise, the Alliance would have long sent people to infiltrate the blood race. But Yi Yuan actually did it. A heavenly pill appeared in Yi Yuan's hand, and he said with a smile, "This is called blood imitation pill. After taking it, one will be able to change their aura from the inside out. Even the blood race will find it hard to discern too. TSK, TSK. The blood race's blood essence is indeed good stuff. During these few years, Yi Yuan collected some blood race blood essence. He naturally would not give up on the research. The blood imitation pill was one of the results. Hegemon Cloudmount stared at the pill dumbfoundedly. There was indeed only Yi Yuan who could do this. But sadly, this thing was useless to him. His cultivation realm was too high. All right, since you've already decided, I won't stop you. However, the blood race is different from Heaven 1. You have to be careful. Hegemon Cloudmount said in a solemn voice. Chapter 2871 Delivering Heads. Chapter 2871 Delivering Heads. The South Chi giant city, after the battle, entered a rare period of peace. On a dark night with strong wind, several figures floated into the city, Lord Manor. The black-clothed person asked in a solemn voice, "You are sure that Yi Yuan is in the courtyard?" A human knelt as he said, "Yes, master. Yi Yuan has frequently been coming in and out of Feng Xiaoyan's manor these few days. Just in the evening, this slave saw with my own eyes that Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and never came out. That large yellow bull would never leave his side. Today's no exception either." The black-clothed person said with a strange laugh, "Jeej, after this boy dies, he can be sufficiently proud. In order to kill him, a measly little saint's sovereign heaven, our Dark Knight mobilized 4 Emperor Vast Heavens and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens this time. Master is wise. Feng Xiaotian seemed to have calculated that we're going to ambush Yi Yuan. So he sent an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse to protect Yi Yuan closely," the human said. The man in black said with a laugh, Feng Xiaotian calculated everything and also can't calculate that we actually planted so many blood slaves in South Chi giant city." The black-clothed person, Blue Ash, was an Emperor Sakura Heaven upper echelon of Dark Knight. In Dark Knight, every powerhouse was extremely precious. Each time they sent these Dark Knight members in a Heaven 1 continent, they would have to pay a terrible price. This was because the grand array in the cities was connected to the absolute heaven barrier. If they wanted to enter, they had to go through the cities. Therefore, wanting to supply Dark Knight, they must launch a large-scale war. Imagine how great the difficulty it was for Dark Knight to break through the city, protecting Grand Array and Heaven 1 army. The blood race had clear distinctions from other races. Although the human race was unable to imitate the blood race's aura, it was similarly difficult for the blood race to imitate the aura of humans too. But the blood race could plant blood marks in humans, turning them into blood slaves. These Dark Knights gathered intelligence through one blood slave after another. However, South Chi Giant City's screening was extremely strict. It was very hard for blood slaves to get in. South Chi Giant City did not have many blood slaves. In order to let these blood slaves into the city, Dark Knight spent a huge amount of effort. However, these blood slave strengths were not strong, and their status was not high. They were unable to gather some core secrets. But this time, they were finally put to use. Blood slaves could directly summon bloodkins into the city through a special array formation, avoiding the inspection of the city, protecting Grand Array. Of course, they would not use this kind of method unless it was a last resort. Once exposed, they would die without burial grounds. Therefore, in order to kill Yi Yuan, Dark Knight really put forth blood capital this time. 1 Emperor Sakura Heaven for Emperor Vast Heavens and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. They were just for the sake of ensuring a certain kill in one strike. This was the full power of a hidden branch. Blue Ash made a hand gesture. 11 Emperor Realm powerhouses quietly headed for the courtyard that Yi Yuan was staying at. Yi Yuan's courtyard was quiet. In a side room, a powerful aura covered the entire courtyard. Blue Ash gave one of the Emperor Vast Heavens a wink, making them go to the side room to tie down that Emperor Vast Heaven. Meanwhile, the other 3 people would launch a certain kill strike against Yi Yuan. As for Blue Ash, he was here to let these people make a full retreat. Although his strength was not as good as Feng Xiaotian, bringing these people and escaping after killing Yi Yuan was an easy job. 3, 2, 1, do it, Blue Ash shouted coldly. Three great Emperor Vast Heavens immediately erupted with all their strength. With Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses taking action, how shocking was the commotion. Before the strike landed, the entire courtyard already turned into a pile of dust. The Emperor Vast Heaven protecting Yi Yuan was directly bogged down. Boom! Bluish's strike directly leveled the courtyard to the ground. But in the next moment, his eyes went wide. This was because Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly safe and sound. His full power blow actually did not even harm a hair of his. How is this possible? Blue Ash said in disbelief. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Blue Ash with a smile that was not a smile as he slowly opened his mouth and said, Dark Knight really made an extravagant display. 1 Emperor Sakura Heaven. For Emperor Vast Heavens, 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. If you all die here, Dark Knight will feel great pain too, right? Wonder whether Lord W. A. N. G's will stomp his feet in anger or not. As he talked, Yi Yuan's appearance and aura underwent an upheaval change. That aura even rose rapidly and actually directly reached Emperor Sakura Heaven. Bluish's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. F Feng shouted Yan. This is impossible. What I felt earlier was clearly Yi Yuan's, right? Feng Xiaotian smiled, and his fingertips bent lightly. A little void sword suspended in his palm. The aura of that little sword was exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. Reaching Bluish's realm, it was naturally impossible to identify the other party by their appearance, but it was possible through the unique aura of each person. Each person's Tao was different, so the aura on everyone's body was also completely different. Completely simulating another person's aura, this was impossible. But Yi Yuan could. Before leaving, Yi Yuan forced out a wisp of Tao sword and handed it to Feng Xiaotian. This Tao sword could perfectly conceal Feng Xiaotian's own aura and let him turn into Yi Yuan. It was for the sake of paying them back in their own coin. Sure enough, Blue Ash fell for it. Bluish's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, How can this be? For the sake of the signation this time, he had already been doubly cautious. He did not expect that it still fail. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually let others perfectly disguise as himself. Just how many tricks and trump cards did this guy have? Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, Your current expression is exactly the same as mine back then. Since you came, stay behind. What in the world is going on? Who can tell me what the H-E-L is this? In the blood G-O-D temple came Lord W-A-N-G was bellow. Yes, he was furious. The entire hidden branch was completely annihilated. 1 Emperor Sakura Heaven. For Emperor Vast Heavens, 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. In order to let these people enter Heaven 1, how much price did he pay? But now it was directly gone. The key thing was that Yi Yuan was not dead. The next day, Yi Yuan swaggered around in South Qi Giant City again. That appearance was clearly telling the blood race, I'm not dead. Even being hundreds of millions of miles away, W-A-N-G's had a feeling like he had been slapped too. This was because the order to kill Yi Yuan was given by him. If not for his order, it was impossible for Blue Ash to have moved out in full force. But in the end, all were completely wiped out. What was even more aggravating was that after the second day, Yi Yuan was even more arrogant until he directly went out of the city. Furthermore, he only brought 1 Emperor Vast Heaven Guard. He seemed to be saying, Come on, kill me. W-A-N-G's order had not been rescinded yet. Of course, he had to be killed. Hence, several more waves of Dark Knight members came to raid Yi Yuan. In the end, still completely annihilated. However many came, however many died. In a short half a month, Dark Knight lost 2 Emperor Sakura Heavens, 20 Emperor Vast Heavens, and more than 70 Emperor Cloud Heavens. Lord W-A-N-G's was completely mad. He had no choice but to have the chief send the order to stop the raid on Yi Yuan. This was freaking simply delivering heads. Chapter 2872 Registration. Chapter 2872 Registration. Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are really divine. We're walking openly in the city like this. Oh, body recognizes us. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Yang Qing, and he said crossly, I say, can you be low profile or not? Do you know that there are Emperor Realm powerhouses nearby? Eavesdropping? Yang Qing said without a care, what the H-E-L? I do Emperor Realm powerhouses count for. I'll be able to sweep away them before long. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, his mouth curling as he said, is that so? If you're so impressive, you must not need me to help you refine the Emperor Fate Pill. The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately switched to a fawning expression as he said, I'm saying, I'm so impressive, but isn't it still all thanks to Master Yi? In the future, when he gem in azure sky, sweep across the world and reign supreme, you'll be the father of the Emperor. Shut up. Oh, humph. Just you be smug. After Lord Qing, I reach He Jimin realm, I'll definitely give you a good one. At this time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people had long already said through the absolute heaven barrier and arrived in a blood race city. The blood imitation pill was a heavenly sovereign level pill. Yang Qing could naturally consume it too. The two people swaggered through the streets, but did not reveal the slightest flaw. Of course, there also would not be bloodkins who would think that there were actually people who could completely imitate their aura. This city was called Giant Net City, one of the blood race's largest cities on Heaven One continent. Yi Yuan, they all even obtained a piece of news. A new Battle of Sun selection would be carried out here. The blood race would select new Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and true Sovereign 100 Sons every decade. The most outstanding 200 bloodkins will be sent to the Blood G.O.D. Temple and be heavily groomed. Wanting to investigate the blood race's secret, entering the Blood G.O.D. Temple was naturally the best choice. However, the blood race's present territory already occupied more than 2/3 of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Their clansmen were naturally a lot. When Yi Yuan, two people arrived outside the absolute heaven barrier, they were completely stunned too. The number of the blood race was seriously too many. The scale of their one city was often 3 to 5 times that of a Heaven One city. It was not that the blood race was extravagant, but that without this scale, they could not accommodate so many clansmen at all. The blood race propagated by splitting, the propagation speed extremely fast. Yi Yuan, two people estimated that the numbers of Heaven One's races added up probably could not even match up to 1/10 of the blood races. So many clansmen, no matter how low the chances of giving birth to powerhouses, the number could not be very low either. The blood race had 2 Blood Emperor level cities in Heaven One continent. Giant Net City was one of them. Giant Net City would select 20 of the strongest people and send them to Thundercry continent and Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City to undergo the final 100 Sun selection. Yi Yuan, two people were aiming for this. The place to report was the Battle Hunting Ground in the city. This place had a large-scale grandstand and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, all seats were occupied in the Battle Hunting Ground. Each period's 100 Suns battle was the gluttonous feast of the entire blood race. It could be said to be followed closely by all the people. Therefore, the Battle Hunting Grounds tickets would be hiked to a sky-high price every time. How many powerhouses were partic? 1 P. Aiding in Giant Net City selection? 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens. 1 million true Sovereign Heavens. This number looks scary, but actually it was nothing. This selection had no threshold. Anyone could take part, and the population that a Blood Emperor level city had jurisdiction overreached as high as several tens of billion. Then why would the Saint Sovereign Heavens number just 8 million? Therefore, the majority of those who came to take part in the selection were very confident in themselves. Actually, this kind of selection was a cruel trial in the first place. Many Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were originally unknown, but in this kind of cruel selection, they grew stronger the more they fought, ranking in the 100 Sons in the end. This kind of example was not in the minority. Of course, this number was really frightening when placed in the Heaven One Alliance. Over 8 million Saints sovereign heavens. This was merely just a number in one Blood Emperor level city. There were 10 Blood Emperor level cities on Heaven One continent. Then the other 2 continents? Those 2 continents were 2 complete continents. Enter your name. Name. Blood Azure. The Saint Sovereign Heaven in charge of registration issued a wooden card to Yang Qing, engraving his name on it. Enter your name. Name. Blood Azure, Yi Yuan said. The registration person was taken aback and said, "You're called Blood Azure too?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "What's the problem?" The registration person shook his head and said, "No problem." Finished saying, he issued Yi Yuan a token too. The Blood race had a lot of people with the surname Blood. There were naturally a lot of Blood Azure names too. It was just that these 2 people were called Blood Azure at the same time. It made him very surprised. One Saint Sovereign Heaven, one true Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, it looked like they were on very good terms. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan hatefully. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to tear him to shreds. This guy actually took on the same name as him. For this, he even flew into a thunderous rage with Yi Yuan. But of course, he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan was Saint Azure back then. Now, when choosing a name, he naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. As for Yang Qing, he had Azure as his name to begin with. He naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. Hence, 2 Blood Azures appeared. Yang Qing shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, "Punk, don't fail to enter the top 10. You'll disgrace Blood Azure this name." Yi Yuan said coolly, "The one who should be worried should be you, right? If you can't get a spot, scram back to your hometown for me." Yang Qing said with a cold smile, "What a joke. If this sovereign gets second place, I'll immediately commit suicide." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Unfortunately, there are 10 Pa-S sageways. Otherwise, these 10 spots, I'll bag them myself." Failing to posture, Yang Qing was not willing to show weakness. He said, "Me too." These 2 people looked down on each other like body else was around, immediately drawing angry glares from a group of people. "These 2 are too freaking arrogant. Are you treating us as air? What high-sounding sentiments. A grand completion true Sovereign Heaven. The other is even just Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Aren't the 2 of you scared to sprain your tongue when talking big?" Behind the 2, one person said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan turned his head to look at him and said coolly, "Talking big? Is a trash like you worthy of me talking big? Too narcissistic." Just who was the freaking narcissist? That person smiled coldly and said, "Trash? There's really never been anyone who dared to say that about me. You probably don't know who I am, right?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Not interested to know because that's meaningless to me." Reckless and blind thing, to not even know Brother Cho Yang. He has the strength to attempt for the 100 suns this time. I wonder which countryside this fool is from, thinking that he can still be number 1 after arriving at Giant Net City. What a joke. The things that he said, Brother Cho Yang probably doesn't even dare say them. Stupidity is really the original sin. It's fine. After entering the Pa-S Sageway, he'll be taught how to behave. Waves of mocking voices came from all around. Although there were 8 million Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few who already had great fame too. Cho Yang was one of them. In Giant Net City, his strength was sufficient to rank in the top 3. He was a strong contender for the slots this time. In reality, these 10 spots were also probably being produced among those 20 to 30 people. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Even if there was a dark horse, it would also not be a measly little Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven's turn. Chapter 2873 Number 1 Pa-S. Sageway. Chapter 2873 Number 1 Pa-S. Sageway. Among 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, which realm had the most numbers? Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This realm occupied the vast majority. And this realm was actually basically all cannon fodders too. Occasionally amazing the world with a single brilliant feat and being able to kill their way into the top 100 was already considered pretty good. There was no chance for the top 10 at all. This was because the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid were all grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens, and half-step true Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, Yi Yuan's words were really very laughable. Hoo, kid, I remembered you. I'll choose the same Pa-S, Sage Way as you. Cho Yang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold laugh. Yang Qing swept a glance at Cho Yang like looking at a fool and said to Yi Yuan, "This guy wouldn't be a moron, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "He's clearly an idiot. Talking with idiots will make you dumb. Let's 80. Yang Qing deeply felt that way too. Right, hurry up." After done talking, the two people left straight away and completely did not have the intention of paying any attention to Cho Yang. Cho Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver. F*King H E L too arrogant. Facing this scene, many people held the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune. Cho Yang followed. There's a good show to watch now. Cho Yang won't let him off. It turns out that seeking death is done this way. I'll follow that kid too. This good show can't be missed. Many people also followed Yi Yuan, two people, seeing which pious, sage way he was entering. 8 million people, a moment of carelessness, and you would lose them. The entrances of true sovereign heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens were not in the same place. So very soon, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were splitting up. Yi Yuan arrived at the pious, sage way entrance, and the guard said, "Entering from which pious sage way?" Yi Yuan asked, "Which pious sage way is the strongest currently?" The guard gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "The strongest at present should be the number 1 pious sage way." Yi Yuan said, "Number 1 then." The guard was not long-winded either, directly sending Yi Yuan into the number 1 pious sage way. Giant Net City's powerhouses opened up 2 enormous CS in the battle hunting ground to carry out the 100 Sun selection. The fights in the CES would be presented in the battle hunting ground. Hundreds of thousands of people would be able to see them clearly. There were a total of 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven Pa-S Sageways, 10 as one group. In each Pa-S Sageway, only 100 people could enter the next level. In the end, the 1,000 powerhouses in a group would fight for one spot. This way of fighting was extremely cruel. Each 100 Sun selection, the casualties were virtually more than half in order to fight for these 10 spots. One had to know, even if the blood race was brutal, wanting to kill the opponent was very difficult too. But out of 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, it actually needed nearly 4 million people to die. It could be seen how cruel such a selection was. However, the blood race did not care. Their propagation ability was extremely strong and could nurture a large batch of powerhouses again very soon. But this kind of method that was the survival of the fittest could create a large batch of powerhouses. Therefore, the powerhouses that displayed their abilities and advanced to the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns, those were all true powerhouses, their strength extremely terrifying. Many of these people even had the strength to kill true Sovereign Heavens. When Yi Yuan killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Suns back then, it could be seen to what kind of extent his strength was formidable. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength grew significantly again. With regards to this level of selection, he naturally did not take it to heart. In this kind of selection, the strong who truly had faith in themselves would all choose the number 1 pious Sageway. That represented confidence and glory. Then why did Yi Yuan choose the number 1 pious Sageway? He wanted to kill. These people were all the blood race's seeded candidates, all future Emperor Realm powerhouses. Each one killed, Heaven 1 would have one more iota of hope. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 pious Sageway, Cho Yang's brows furrowed slightly. His strength was very strong, but if he entered Group 1, then he would have to fight to the bitter end with those few people. At that time, he really might not be able to get a spot. He naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan entered the number 1 pious Sageway in order to get a spot. He was clearly playing tricks to make him not dare to enter. As for Yi Yuan, as long as he did not fight to the bitter end after entering, there would not be a problem surviving. In the Pa-S sage way, if those who were scared to die hid at one side, no one would find trouble with you. But if you wanted to TC H the Pa-S sage way opening, then there would be countless people fighting out to the bitter end with you. Clearly, Yi Yuan did not have that strength. Impressive. That kid actually went in the number 1 Pa-S sage way. Number 1 Pa-S sage way. That's where immortals fight. I heard that Blood True, Shui Hao, He Ming, these big shots all entered the number 1 Pa-S sage way. If Chou Yang were to enter the number 1 Pa-S sage way, there's definitely no problem entering the next level. But it will be difficult to want to get spot. He got slapped badly by that kid just now. If he doesn't go in, his face will be lost. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 Pa-S sage way, many who followed all started whispering to each other. Chou Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver again. Damn, in it. This punk definitely did it on purpose, Chou Yang said hatefully. However, there were already quite a few people who followed after behind him. He already sent out the big talk just now. If he were to shrink back at this time, then he would really become a laughingstock. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "So what if Blood True? Could it be that I, Chou Yang, am scared of you?" Finished saying, he immediately went into the number 1 Pa-S sage way. The grandstand immediately boiled over with excitement. Chou Yang entered the number 1 Pa-S sage way too. Terrific fellow, the number 1 Pa-S sage way is really where immortals fight. Counting in Chou Yang, there are probably half of Giant Net City's top experts who already entered the number 1 Pa-S sage way. It's really a death group. I heard that Blood True's strength has likely already reached the top 50 strength of the 100 Suns. The others aren't bad either. Although there are only 100 Suns each time, those who get eliminated with the strength of the 100 Suns aren't in the minority. Yeah, at least Blood True, Shui Hao, Chou Yang, He Ming, the few of them should all have hopes of winning this spot. Chou Yang few people were all seeded candidates. Their every movement and action attracted a lot of attention. At this time, great G.O.D.S. gathered in the number 1 Pa-S sage way. It completely ignored everyone's enthusiasm for watching the battle. Only this kind of battle was nice to watch. Only this was exciting. This money was not spent in vain. As for Yi Yuan, body paid attention to him at all. An upper saint's sovereign heaven, who would pay attention to him. Time slowly trickled by. 8 million people chose their Pa-S sage way one after another. The 100 Pa-S sage ways were evenly distributed. If a Pa-S sage way was full, it would not be allowed to be chosen anymore. And in reality, the people who chose the first group's 10 Pa-S sage ways were very few instead. This was because this was absolutely a death group. Even if you entered the top 1,000, it was very hard to fight for that soul spot too. There were too many powerhouses. Of course, there were also quite a few true powerhouses who opted for a tactical concession. After all, obtaining the slot to enter the Saint's Sovereign 100 Suns was the king's way. Showing off momentary bravery here did not have any meaning. Just as those people said, many who had the strength of the 100 Suns were all eliminated in the end and even died. But the reality was so cruel. Obtain the 100 Suns spot, soar to the heavens in one bound. Failing to obtain it, fade into the crowd. It's over. It's over. I enter the first group. F***CK, just a bit slow. It's hopeless now. Very soon, the selection of the Pa-S sage ways was completed. Many people were all lamenting the cause was lost. Entering the death group, they became hopeless. Chapter 2874 waited so long for you guys. Chapter 2874 waited so long for you guys. After Chou Yang entered the number 1 Pa-S sage way, the pupils of Blood True and the rest all constricted. Another formidable opponent came. Chou Yang, you actually came in too. He Ming came up and said with a smile that was not a smile. Why? You're allowed to come in, and I'm not allowed to enter? Cho Yang said with a cold smile. Haha, of course you're allowed, but with your cautious personality, we all thought that you wouldn't come in. He Ming said with a laugh. Humph, I'm definitely taking this spot. Cho Yang said proudly. He had the confidence of a powerhouse, however. His gaze landed on Yi Yuan, I-N-G, with killing intent. The pass, Sageway, had not opened yet. They were not allowed to make a move now. Otherwise, he would have immediately killed Yi Yuan. Seeing Cho Yang's gaze, it immediately drew the attention of those powerhouses who could not help looking toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Could it be that Cho Yang came in because of this upper saint's sovereign heaven? Not to such an extent, right? With regard to these gazes, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious and closed his eyes to rest. He has enmity with you? He Ming asked in confusion. Cho Yang said, if you heard what he said, you guys would also have enmity with him. This sentence successfully attracted the attention of the group of powerhouses. He Ming said in surprise, oh? What did he say? Cho Yang recounted the matter at the registration area in detail from the very beginning, successfully increasing Yi Yuan's aggro value to 300%. Which of these people were not proud sons of heaven? Which of them was not incomparably proud? They would say that this slot belonged to me, but there was absolutely no one who would say these words. I alone will bag 10 spots. These words were too arrogant and would incur public outrage. These heavens chosen were strong, but they would not be strong until the extent of incurring public outrage too. Forget about a saint's sovereign heaven. Even if a true sovereign heaven was here, you would not dare to say so too. Especially the number 1 Pa-S, Sageway. The strength of these proud sons of heaven did not pale to true sovereign heavens. So many people attacking together. Who could fend them off? What high-sounding sentiments! Haha, the Pa-S, Sageway is about to open right away. I really want to see just how impressive this little brother is. Oh, right. Blood True, you likely can't get this spot. He Ming said with a smile. Blood True's strength was indeed slightly stronger than the others. Therefore, the likelihood of him getting the spot was the highest. Of course, it was also just a possibility. So many experts, there were too many variables. No one dared to say that they would definitely win. If it was one-on-one, that would be easy to say. Blood True did not even look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, just a moron. You guys are stooping to his level too. Ah, that makes sense. Idiot, aren't you going to provoke us? He Ming said to Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and closed his eyes to rest. He was not so free. With this bit of time, using it to cultivate, using it to gain enlightenment on alchemy Dao, formation Dao, what was not good about it? However, him ignoring these people was immediately thought of as being cowardly by everyone. Oh, that kid is probably frightened silly, right? Doesn't even dare to talk anymore. Please, with close to 20 big shots, if it were you, would you dare speak? If it was posturing outside, forget it. Entering the number 1 Pa-S Sageway, he can only submit. Makes sense. Being remembered by so many big shots, he'll really die. In a while, reckon that he'll be going crazy, ha-ha. This was a very large S-P-A-C. Over 80,000 people were being shut in a crammed radius, being shrouded by a light screen. Before the Pa-S Sageway opened, they could not make a move. Otherwise, they would be directly killed. At this time, the 2 Emperor Sakura Heaven big shots of Giant Net City, Su Mu and Bloodsword, were also both paying attention to the number 1 Pa-S Sageway. This place was often where the strongest one was born. Blood True's first place is most likely in the bag. This kid is quite similar to you, Sumi said with a smile. Blood True was Bloodsword's descendant. He firmly suppressed the others in Saint's sovereign heaven. He was also Bloodsword's pride. Regarding this descendant, he also nurtured him with all his heart. Hearing that, Bloodsword said smugly, I estimate that Blood True's strength can pretty much enter the Saint's Sovereign 100 Sons top 20. This battle is merely child's play. Su Mu's pupils constricted, and he said, That boy hid his strength? This fellow really hid so deeply. Bloodsword smiled and said, "If he doesn't hide a bit of strength, how will he win when he reaches the battle of 100 suns? Heh, those capable of going to heaven, absolute Blood Emperor City, are all true heaven's chosen." Sumu nodded and said, "If he's really able to enter the top 20, then this seat's face will naturally feel a glow too." Bloodsword smiled and said, "Stop pretending in front of me. Suyun's strength can also take first place firmly among true sovereign heavens. The value of the Saint's sovereign 100 suns is still not as good as a true sovereign heaven in the end." This Suyun was naturally Su Mu's descendant. They had the backgrounds of Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouses. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. Su Mu smiled and said, "The compet. 1. Time between true sovereign heavens is even fiercer. Whether or not Su Yun could take first place is really hard to say. All right, it's about time to open up the PAS Sageways." Boom! The light screen above everyone's heads dissipated with a loud bang. At the same time, the PAS Sageways also directly opened. Everyone was very far away from the PAS Sageway. This distance was used to kill. However, even if one reached the PAS Sageway entrance, it could not be directly entered too. The PAS Sageway entrance was sealed. There was a mechanism on it. One should activate the mechanism 3 times in a row before the PAS Sageway could open. After someone entered the PAS Sageway, the PAS Sageway would shut again, and it would need to be opened once more. And this increased the intensity of the killing. Virtually right away, Cho Yang rushed toward Yi Yuan. He wanted to kill him at the first moment. Not just Cho Yang, quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses rushed over to this side. However, Yi Yuan already disappeared since D knows when. Where is he? He was clearly still here just now. CK, at least you ran fast. Don't let your father run into you. Otherwise, I'll make you die horribly. Little B, ASTARD ran pretty fast. Cho Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "With over 80,000 people, if one hid in the crowd, it was really not so easy to find." At this time, over 80,000 people had already collided together, flesh and blood scattering, being incomparably tragic. These top powerhouses formed their own circle. More than 20 powerhouses were frenziedly fighting a melee together. However, they did not use their full strength. It was just fighting who would be the first to enter the PAS Sageway. There was no need to go all out in this first round. The real killing was in the next level. At that time, that would be the real irreconcilable till death. After the first level was done fighting, it would give people an opportunity to exploit instead. Bloodtrue's skill was a level higher in the end. He still rushed out of the encirclement of several formidable foes to be the first. However, he could not shake everyone off. After all, there were no easy people here. First place is your father's. Bloodtrue, you're not allowed to NATCH it. Cho Yang drew his blade and hacked at Bloodtrue frenziedly. His strength was really very strong. Even Bloodtrue did not dare to underestimate too. However, before entering the PAS Sageway, the killing had not reached the peak yet. The PAS Sageway entrance was the meat grinding field. Very soon, those over top 20 powerhouses rushed to the PAS Sageway entrance. Following that, they were stunned. A figure was unexpectedly at the PAS Sageway entrance. He did not enter the PAS Sageway either and just stood there like that. Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan? It turned out that he had long already reached the PAS Sageway entrance. Seeing everyone come up, Yi Yuan said with a grin, "Just came, huh? I waited so long for you guys." Chapter 2875 Ants have no right to give up. Chapter 2875 Ants have no right to give up. Everyone's hearts trembled. This guy had such speed. No wonder he was gone in a blink of an eye. It seemed like this punk's wild arrogance was not without logic. It was just that they did not understand. He was already the first to reach, so why was he still staying here? The first to open the PAS Sageway. This was an incredible glory. However, Blood True also secretly let out a sigh of relief. Nearly failed miserably at a simple task. Waited so long for us. Hoo-hoo boy, what are you trying to do? Cho Yang said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled with ill intent and said, Nothing. I just want to tell you guys that other than me Oh, body can take a step into the past sage way. The moment these words came out, over 80,000 people burst into thunderous laughter. Were you freaking joking? Cho Yang laughed loudly and said, Blood Azure, is your brain spoiled? In the 100 Suns battle, there has never been only one person who makes it out of the past Sageway entrance. You mean that you want to stop over 80,000 of us by yourself? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I never said that. Everyone sneered coldly and were just about to retort, but heard him say, I'm saying to kill until no one dares to go in. Stop. It did not exist. I'm going to kill all of you, bro. Everyone was shocked again. This guy was absolutely a madman. You freaking bragged until even you believe it yourself, right? Haha. I'm so scared. Punk, come kill me then. Yeah, we all, these half-step true sovereign heavens, are too weak. I beg you, kill me. Bring it on. I really want to see how you kill until no one dares to go in. Yi Yuan had completely become a clown. These words really sounded hilarious to the extreme. Somewhere in S.P. A.C., Sumu two people also exchanged glances, staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They had really never seen before such an arrogant young man. Although Yi Yuan's spatial rule also surprised them just now, just based on this, and he wanted to deal with over 80,000 people, let alone that speed was not everything. Strength was the king's way. No matter what, everyone's final goal was to pass through the pass sageway. Even if your speed was fast, it could not be brought into play under this kind of circumstances. If everyone rushed forward, you could only forcibly resist. Otherwise, the boasting that you made would become a joke. Boom! Amidst the loud laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. That, I beg you, kill me statement was directly blown apart, completely erased. Yi Yuan said coolly, Since you're begging me, then I'll satisfy you. The expressions of Blood True and the rest changed drastically. This punch was so strong. I beg you, kill me. Was a top powerhouse too, half-step true sovereign heaven. He actually died without even having the time to react. Although it was a surprise attack, this also showed that Yi Yuan was very strong. Blood True's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, All right, you've already proved your strength. You have the qualifications to enter the Sageway. Go in. We won't stop you. He felt that Yi Yuan's strength was probably not weaker than his own. If they really fought, then he would probably have to use all of his strength. Right now, he did not want to expose his strength too early. He naturally also did not want to fight with Yi Yuan until they were both wounded. But Cho Yang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Blood True, what do you mean? Blood True said coolly, There is no meaning at all. There's no need to waste time in this level. Want to fight? Do it after entering the next level. Cho Yang was a little indignant, but he also felt that Yi Yuan's strength was likely not weaker than his. That blow earlier, he examined his own conscience and felt that he could not do better than Yi Yuan. Although this punk talked big, he still had some strength. The others stopped talking, clearly tacitly consenting to Blood True's recommendation. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you all misunderstanding something? I'm not flaunting martial prowess to you all. I only want to kill people. None of you guys are allowed to enter the next level. Blood True's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, Blood Azure, don't refuse face when it's given. He was truly infuriated. This punk was posturing a little too much. But, just as he was enraged, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan throw a punch out, aiming straight for one of the top half-step true sovereign heavens. Boom! That person was directly killed without the slightest strength to fight back. Everyone's hearts trembled wildly. If the first genuine strength, it was because everyone was already on guard. But the result was still an instant kill. This time, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping, one punch following another. The places that he said through were all him instantly killing the others. No matter how strong you were all unable to take one punch from me. This fist technique was the dragon race martial technique that Tion improved on with a 9 Heavens dragon transformation fist as the foundation. Tion was once a Hegemon realm powerhouse, his horizons extremely far. Altering a fist technique was naturally easily accomplished. After improving it and matching it with a blood imitation pill, the power that Yi Yuan released carried a thick B, L, O, O, D, Y, an evil aura, being exactly alike blood race martial techniques. Back then, when Yi Yuan's bloodline had just evolved, his combat power could already one-shot the Saint's sovereign 100 sons. Now that his strength had improved greatly, killing these so-called powerhouses was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing Yi Yuan rampage in all directions, Bloodtrue's heart shook wildly. This strength was too terrifying. Everyone join hands and kill this punk first. Bloodtrue roared angrily. Everyone's heart turned cold, immediately joining forces. B Zins / B, more than 100 half-step true sovereign heavens with apex strength directly surrounded Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. Among them, there were even some of those top powerhouses. However, it was still useless. The more Choyang watched, the more alarmed he became. The powerhouses that he viewed as his opponents could not last one punch under Yi Yuan's hands. The current Choyang was terrified until his courage and spirit were crumbling. He desperately retreated backward, hoping that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him. Who could have thought that this guy was so strong? Blunder. A miscalculation. He finally understood that Yi Yuan ignored him back then not due to haughtiness, but it was because he really did not have him in his eyes. Finally, he quietly withdrew from the battlefield and could not help heaving a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, the others held Yi Yuan back. He did not expect that Bloodtrue actually hid his strength. Among so many people, only he could barely manage to exchange a blow or two with Yi Yuan. It was also fortunate that this guy hid his strength. Otherwise, this time, he would really have to die. Yeah, didn't you say that you're not trash and even wanted to prove it to me? Why? Giving you the opportunity now, but you want to leave? Suddenly, a deadly voice sounded in his ears. Choyang was frightened until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices, his entire person almost blowing up. But he could not find Yi Yuan. It was as if the surrounding was all Yi Yuan. W, where are you? Choyang was fully on guard, all the hair on his body standing on end. I'm right in front of you. You can't even see? Choyang's pupils constricted, only to hear a long sigh transmit over. I gave you a chance. But it looks like you're indeed still just a piece of dross. H. Plus boom. A punch slammed out. Choyang was dead. It was naturally very easy for Yi Yuan to kill Choyang, but he deliberately did not kill in order to let him feel fear. Among the thousands of experts, in a blink of an eye, there were only 3 or 4 left. There was even a large swathe of the others who died. But Choyang's death triggered everyone's nerves. Choyang's strength was absolutely the most pinnacle existence in this group of people. But even he was dead, without the slightest strength to fight back. We're not entering. All of us are not going in. Don't kill me. He Ming's courage and spirit had crumbled as he said. Bloodtrue also had a solemn expression as he said, Blood Azure, you win. I give up. He did not feel that Yi Yuan dared to kill him because he was Deputy City Lord Bloodsword's descendant. The consequences of offending an Emperor Sakura heaven were unimaginable. Boom! A punch was sent out. He Ming was directly blown apart. Bloodtrue's pupils constricted, only to see Yi Yuan's devilish voice transmit over. Sorry, I never said that I wouldn't kill you all if you beg for mercy. Ants have no right to give up. Chapter 2876 Executioner. Yi Yuan. Chapter 2876 Executioner. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan threw a punch over. Bloodtrue's pupils constricted. He could not block this punch. Ancestor. Bloodtrue's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Right at this time, a voice came down from above the void. Blood Azure, let Bloodtrue off. This seat will owe you a favor. Boom! Yi Yuan's fist directly tore Blood Shrew apart without any sluggishness. Sorry, who are you? Is your favor very valuable? Killing the strongest, Blood Shrew. The remaining ones were even too weak to withstand a single blow. His strength was long already invincible in the same rank. One should not look at how this pious Sageway had a lot of numbers. To Yi Yuan, numbers could not change anymore. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Places that he said through, corpses scattered everywhere. Apologies, no corpses. It was directly obliterated. The blood race did not have corpses. Good, 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 very good. Ho-ho, a mere Saint Sovereign Heaven actually directly treated this seat as air. Above the void, Bloodsword stomped his feet in anger. An exalted Emperor Sakura Heaven was actually being disregarded. That brat called Blood Azure did not even pay attention to him. By the side, Sumu also looked at him with a sympathetic look as he said, "Calm down. He's just a junior. If he's dead, then he's dead." Bloodshru's talent was indeed high. But no matter how high, he was also just Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was not worth flying into a rage. Bloodsword's descendants were in great numbers. There would always be a few outstanding ones. As for finding trouble, don't even think about it. The overseers in the clan were still watching. Regarding the 100-son selection, the Blood D Temple attached a lot of importance to it. They would send overseers to each city. It was for the sake of ensuring impartiality of the selection. Although he was angry, Bloodsword really did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan faded into mediocrity, then forget it. Yet, his strength was formidable. There was absolutely no problem entering the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Such a genius. How could the clan possibly allow Bloodsword to deal with him? Yi Yuan also knew this. That was why he would go on a killing spree. The current Yi Yuan had already gone mad from killing. We was over 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens were fleeing crazily inside the SPAC. There was already no one who dared to contend with Yi Yuan head-on. They already understood that Yi Yuan's strength was on a completely different level than them. Head-on fighting was no different from seeking death. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting them off. His movement technique was extremely fast. Places that he said through, a bunch of bloodkins would directly disappear. The numbers in number 1 Sageway were diminished. Plus-ing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no retreat route in the Sageway. The only way out was the Sageway. When Yi Yuan was chasing, some people also wanted to take the chance to escape from the Sageway entrance. But what welcomed them was a punch from beyond the heavens, directly quelling them. Hence, a strange scene appeared in the number 1 Sageway. Yi Yuan alone was chasing 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens and killing them. On the battle hunting grounds grandstands, it had already completely boiled over with excitement. Where did this guy pop out from? This is also too strong, right? My eyesight must be freaking failing. Number 1 Sageway, which time didn't kill until heaven and earth dimmed. This time, it's actually one person hunting down 80,000 people. Dark horse. An absolute dark horse. This guy's strength can probably already enter the 100 Sons top 5. Too monstrous. Too monstrous. Our giant net city is going to shock the Blood D Temple with this. The scene that appeared before their eyes was seriously too surprising. They originally planned to watch a miserable fight, but in the end, what they saw was one person hunting down several tens of thousands of people. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan already turned into a super demon king, making the people in number 1 Sageway tremble with fear when they heard him. At the second floor SPAC, there were already many people who were successful. Along with the Sage of Time, the numbers became more and more. But what they found strange was that the number 1 Sageway did not have people come out of it from start to end. It's really strange. Is the fighting in the number 1 Sageway this time, so tragic? More than 90 people in our number 3 PAS. Sageway have already come out. Yet, they actually didn't have a single person coming out. The first level is merely playing. Those guys wouldn't have pulled out the big guns, right? But even so, it also wouldn't be completely zero, right? Now, this is interesting. 3 days will be up very soon. Are they planning on Russ? Plussing out together? The first group's 1,000 people already reached over 800 people at this time. The first level's contention was only 3 days' time. Presently, the time limit was going to be up very soon. But not a single person came out of the number 1 PAS Sageway. This made everyone incomparably surprised. These blood kinds all gathered together, speculating on all sorts of possibilities. Just like that, the 900 people from number 2 PAS Sageway to number 10 PAS Sageway were gathered very soon. But number 1 PAS Sageway still had no activities. Time slowly trickled by. It looked like the 3 days time limit was going to be up right away. The questions in everyone's hearts grew more and more. Swaz. Plus suddenly, the PAS Sageway opened. A figure flew straight out. Seeing this person, the 900 people present could not help being stupefied. Who was this person? Where's Blood Shrew? Where's Cho Yang? Where's Yi Ming? Why was it an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven who came up? Were those guys all defeated by Yi Yuan? Hey kid, where are the others? Why is it just you alone who came up? The number 2 PAS Sageway's first place could not hold back his doubts and asked Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was the only one who came up, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan. It was because his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Blood Shrew they all. It was just that he did not know. When those bloodkins in the first level saw Yi Yuan now, they practically wanted to pee. Ice, as their pants. This guy was too horrifying. The people were naturally not killed entirely. Over 80,000 people, there were too many of them. Even if it was standing there to let Yi Yuan kill, Yi Yuan would have to kill for a long time too. Let alone that those people fled desperately. In 3 days, Yi Yuan killed nearly 40,000 people, killing until even his hands felt weak. In the end, he actually could not quite kill anymore. Yi Yuan was strong, but he was not strong until he could be like back then, slaughtering hundreds of millions of life forms with one finger. They were the same rank after all. He still had to kill one by one. After adjusting his breathing for some time, Yi Yuan immediately came up. As for the rest, they naturally did not dare to come up anymore. Courting death? Yi Yuan did not answer the first place. He swept a glance over everyone's faces and said with a smile, Amen. This time, there's no need to kill until my hands turn into jelly anymore. Just a few hundred people. Killing all of you won't take too much effort. Half a day later, the first group was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan stepped into the PAS Sageway with a back view that appeared slightly lonely. He bagged the spot. This time, he was the first to come out. The battle situations of the other 9 groups were much fiercer than Group 1. When Yi Yuan returned to the battle hunting ground, the hundreds of thousands of spectators on the grandstands fell into a death-like silence. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were filled with fear. This guy was an out-and-out executioner. All 900 proud sons of heaven. He killed them all by himself. These few thousand years, the 100 Sons battle had already been hosted D knows how many times. Such a thing had never appeared before. Even if the blood race was extremely warlike, they were intimidated by Yi Yuan too. Ha ha! Too weak. A bunch of traws. Plus you can't even block one of your Grandpa Ching's spear. Sure enough, Grandpa Ching is the first to come out. Humph, your father said to take first place. It means I'm taking first place. You punk, you actually came out earlier than me? But it's no use. Your Grandpa Ching challenged 10 half-step Emperor realms with one spear, fighting until none of them dared to make a move. How is it? Impressive or not? Suddenly, Yang Qing's figure appeared above the grandstands. The moment he came out, he made an unnecessary fuss and was incomparably arrogant. Chapter 2877, How could there be such an impressive person in the world? Chapter 2877, How could there be such an impressive person in the world? Yang Qing made an unnecessary fuss, but very soon, he discovered that something was not right. Too quiet. The battle hunting ground had several 100,000 watching the fights. Why was it so quiet? Seeing Yi Yuan looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, Yang Qing only felt somewhat jittery and said, What did you do? Yang Qing already understood Yi Yuan long ago. One should not look at how this guy normally kept quiet, appearing too profound to understand. But when he caused trouble, 10 Yang Qings could not catch up either. Ever since this guy landed on Heaven One continent, how many earth-shaking major events had he done already? Motherf asterisk her. Looking at his appearance, it looks like today's trouble was not small again. Nothing, it's just that. I killed all the geniuses in my pious Sageway. These guys were too weak. There's no kick in killing at all, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Everyone was speechless. No kick and you still killed so many. You're simply the devil. My blood race is bloodthirsty, but it simply does not hold a candle compared to you at all. It was also just that there was 3 days' time. If Yi Yuan was given a few more days, everyone would not doubt in the slightest that this guy could kill off all the people in the number 1 pious Sageway. What did you say? K killed all? What kind of joke is this? Yang Qing's eyes became wide saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not know how strong the current Yi Yuan was. This result was really too surprising. Killing everyone in a pious Sageway, what did this mean? This signified genuine invincibility in the same rank. Saint Sovereign Heaven, no matter how impressive you were, you could not pose any threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Thinking about his own battle achievement, he actually showed off in front of him. Was this not him slapping his own face? But very soon, he understood why Yi Yuan did so. Really satisfying. If this news reached back to South Qi Giant City, the Heaven One that had just calmed down would explode again, right? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up and said with a strange expression, You're amazing. Haha, I finally got a spot. The few of you fools aren't my match in the end. Suddenly, a figure landed in the plaza and let out a burst of loud laughter. Zhu'er defeated many formidable foes, obtaining the Saint's Sovereign Heaven spot. He was very excited, but very soon he also discovered something amiss. Where were the cheers? The voices of exclamations? Why was it so quiet? Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the number 1 pious Sageway and could not help being startled in his heart. It was not Blood Shrew, not He Ming, not Chou Yang either. It was just an Upper Saint's Sovereign Heaven. What the H-E-L-L? The number 1 pious Sageway where powerhouses gathered. Why would it be an Upper Saint's Sovereign Heaven who obtained the spot? That kid, why is it you who came out at number 1 pious Sageway? Did they kill one another and let you come off cheap? Zhu'er looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look. The several 100,000 people present had expressions that were strange to the extreme. Come off cheap? Kill one another? Who did they have this chance? Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said to Yang Qing, Why are there so many idiots this year? Yang Qing smiled and said, There are idiots every year. This year is especially a lot. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Makes sense, makes sense. Zhu'er's expression turned cold, and he said, Boy, I've remembered you. Refusing face when it's given. Everyone on the grandstand only felt a chill run down their backs. This was a great killing G.O.D. Not being remembered by him was already giving thanks to everyone. You actually still wanted to remember him? Very soon, all the pious Sageways had people come out of it. The 20 spots were occupied very quickly. Su Mu and Bloodsword descended from the sky, landed in the plaza. It was just that their expressions were both very ugly. Su Mu's descendant was also beaten down by Yang Qing. However, he was a little better than Bloodsword. Yang Qing did not have that ability to kill everyone. Encountering this kind of homicidal maniac, anyone would be depressed until they vomited blood. Bloodsword looked toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold smile, Boy, you're very good. This seat has remembered you. The moment these words came out, the 18 victors present all had baffled faces. How did this boy offend great Emperor Bloodsword? However, Jouer gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself that this punk was dead for sure to have actually offended great Emperor Bloodsword. Unless you really became Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, you would be dead for sure. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Are you stupid? Do I, Blood Azure, still need your approval when killing people? Is your face very valuable?" Bloodsword's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes staring at Yi Yuan, already almost unable to suppress his impulse to kill people. The hundreds of thousands of people present, as well as the Hundred Sons candidates, were stunned. "You're also too freaking arrogant, right? That is a great emperor. You ted him so readily. Isn't this sowing irreconcilable enmity?" Yi Yuan naturally did not care. This guy did not dare to do anything to him at all. As for the future, he also would not really keep staying on in the blood race. After I left, who cares about floodwaters surging? Being so arrogant, Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. The persona of a homicidal maniac naturally needed unparalleled overbearingness to serve as a foil. Don't look at me with this sort of eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you in the future. Maybe you feel that it's a little funny, but breaking through to Emperor Sakura Heaven is nothing difficult for me. In fact, maybe I don't need to step in Emperor Sakura Heaven, and I'll be able to kill you at Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. You might feel that this day is very far away and that you have adequate time to kill me, but you'll never get the chance. With my strength, getting Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons first place is as easy as turning over my hand. In the future, I'll be true Sovereign Hundred Sons number 1 too. Emperor Realm will be the same. You'll never have the chance to kill me. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodsword and said it casually. But the looming threat that exuded was too obvious. F***ck me. Too awesome. A Saint Sovereign Heaven actually threatened an Emperor Sakura Heaven. Those 1800 Sons candidates all opened their mouths wide. Where did this guy pop out from? Each one of them was a candidate. Why were you so outstanding? Why were you so impressive? Ha. Who do you think you are? Hundred Sons number 1? Why don't you ascend to heaven? Jouer looked at Yi Yuan and mocked with a loud laugh. Boom! Yi Yuan threw a punch over. Jouer directly disappeared without even reacting to it. The remaining Hundred Sons candidates had dumbfounded faces. Freaking H.E.L.L. You are also too arrogant, right? We all killed our way out from a horde, and you killed on a whim? However, this guy was really so strong. How could an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven be so strong? Looking at Bloodsword again, he actually did not even dare to let out a word. What did this show? This showed that great Emperor Bloodsword already acknowledged Yi Yuan's words in his heart. He really did not have the opportunity to kill Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as turning over his hand in the future. Too awesome. There was actually such an impressive person in the world. Bang, bang, bang. When everyone was still in shock, Yi Yuan moved again. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. We're Hundred Sons candidates. You dare to kill us? Motherf. You. See. Kerr, everyone attack. Fight it out with him. Very soon, these people were annihilated. The original 10 candidates were already just left with Yi Yuan, one person currently. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. 900 Sons candidates had just killed their way out of heavy encirclement and were currently fired up with boundless enthusiasm. In the blink, they were gone. Impressive. Really impressive. Is this guy insane? Doesn't he know that once these 100 Sons candidates get a spot, it's equivalent to being protected by the Blood D Temple and having a death exemption gold token? It's going to blow up big this time. The Blood D Temple probably won't be willing to drop the matter. TSK, this kind of thing is really the first time in the history of the 100 Sun selection. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's shocking action. These candidates had already gotten a spot. It was equivalent to being the Blood D Temple's disciples. But Yi Yuan actually killed all of them. Then, could Bloodsword not stop Yi Yuan? Of course he could, but he did not. Bloodsword smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're really arrogant until the horizon. But this time, this seat wants to see who can save you." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Bloodsword and said disdainfully, "Put away your little petty tricks. You're unable to understand the world of the strong. If these trash go to the Blood D Temple, they will merely make a fool of themselves. It's enough for Giant Net City to have me alone." Well said. A figure stepped out into the air. His aura was actually a little more powerful than Bloodsword 2 people. But Bloodsword's expressions changed drastically. He thought that Lord Blood Envoy would punish Yi Yuan severely. Who knew that he actually said, "Well said"? Blood Envoy looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes making no effort to hide the admiration in the slightest as he said, "Boy, this seat likes you very much." With one sentence, it shocked everyone again. Blood Envoy looked at Bloodsword and said coolly, "Bloodsword, you disappoint this envoy greatly. The improvement in Cultivation Realm has already made you lose your original heart. Back then, you came from the 100 Suns too. At that time, you were decisive in going for the kill and was also extremely stunning. But the sharp edge on you has been ground flat. Have you forgotten our blood race's original intention of choosing the 100 Suns?" His gaze swept over the faces of Yang Qing and the others, and he said in a solemn voice, "My blood race isn't afraid of death. What we're afraid of is that you're not strong enough. Only the strong have the right to survive. Weaklings can only be eliminated. Bloodazur's talent is the strongest that this seat has seen. Do you think that this seat will punish Blood Azure for a group of useless trash? Ridiculous." What he said was right. It's sufficient for Giant Net City to have him alone. The whole place was silent. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Bloodsword's old face felt even more ashamed. Where was the agreed-upon face-slapping? Why did he get slapped? But Yang Qing laughed wildly in his heart when he heard it. Where did this moron come from? Was it really all right for you to support that guy like that? When you all discovered that the one that you all were supporting was actually a human, would you go berserk at that time or not? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Yang Qing was currently very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was too capable at causing trouble. All right, since the selection is already done, the 11 of you head to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City with this seat then. Arriving at Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also amazed by it. This city was really too big and too grand. He could feel that the city walls were made of extremely high-quality treasures, giving off waves of extremely terrifying auras. Although Yi Yuan could not feel the array formation in the city, he felt that this city absolutely had an extremely terrifying destructive power. South Chi Giant City was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. This Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City was probably built by the blood race, pouring their power in. Even if a hegemon realm came, it was likely very hard to conquer this city too. Lord Owlfly, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's city seems to be a little different. Yi Yuan pretended to be curious. These 100 Suns candidates were all like Country B. You, Mkins, entering a city for the first time too. They were naturally deeply shocked by the grandeur of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City too. Therefore, upon Yi Yuan asking, they all immediately perked their ears to listen. Owlfly said coolly, "You just know that even if a hegemon realm came to this city, they will have to die with regrets too. No need to ask about the rest. This is our blood race's secret. When your cultivation realm is up to par, you'll naturally know." When Yi Yuan heard, his heart turned slightly cold. Indeed, as expected. However, this was pretty good news too. If one day, some hegemon realm went crazy and ran over to attack Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, then they would really suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Although the blood race did not understand Formation Dao, there must be some hidden means too. It was just that the blood race was too mysterious. Many things were not known by outsiders. All right, after entering the city, don't run around. Some places are not where you guys can go. I'll order someone to explain this to you. You all are powerhouses who killed your way out of tens of thousands of people and are all seeded candidates for the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons too. As a reward, you all can enter the Heaven Absolute Blood Pool and cultivate for 10 days. As for how much improvement you can make, that will depend on your potential. Blood Envoy Alfly said. The blood race had a very superficial understanding of alchemy Tao, but they similarly had their own cultivation methods. Blood pools were one of them. The blood race studied blood extremely deeply. Devouring blood was just the most primitive method. The blood race had a profession called blood medicine master. Like heavenly alchemists, they would use some secret techniques to mix with blood, letting the blood unleash very miraculous power for the clansmen to absorb. The blood race would create blood pools and pour these formulated blood in, which would be the blood pools. However, this kind of method was extremely The construction of blood pools required extremely terrifying amounts of blood. They occupied 2 continents. All races were enslaved by them. Hence, the blood race slaughtered construct powerhouses to build one blood pool after another. The sins that they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. There was a blood pool in Giant Net City too. But compared to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, it naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the blood race's best blood pool was in the Blood D Temple. The final reward of the Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons was to enter the Blood D Temple's blood pool. This was absolutely a huge reward to the Bloodkins. When these Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons entered, it would even let them undergo a transformation to remold themselves thoroughly. Watching Yi Yuan and the others enter the blood pool, the corners of Alfly's mouth curled slightly. With this boy's character, he would probably cause a huge wave again after entering the blood pool, right? However, the more trouble he caused, the better. Otherwise, how would it show this seat's prowess? Blood envoys monitor the world, but he, this blood envoy, was just monitoring a measly little Heaven 1 continent. Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent's blood envoys were the real people in power. Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons actually had little to do with Heaven 1 continent. It was because the people that Owlfly brought over every time were basically all cannon fodder characters. Lasting Wind continent and Thundercry continent had 99 Blood Emperor level cities respectively. There were 3 Great Blood envoys. Of the 7 great envoys, he was getting along the most poorly. But this time, Yi Yuan made his eyes lit up. This boy was not a well-known figure, but he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Furthermore, he was very optimistic about Yangqing's strength too. 2 Blood Azures. This was his capital to win back face. This time, it was finally your father's turn to turn things around, right? Chapter 2879, Kill Them All. Chapter 2879, Kill Them All. Lasting Wind and Thundercry, 2 continents, both had 99 Blood Emperor level cities. 10 people each city, there would be 2,100 Sons candidates. But there were only 99 positions in the blood pool. These 2,000 people sharing 99 positions were naturally not enough. Therefore, they could only SNATCH. These 99 positions naturally all had people occupying them. The lower the number, the higher the concentration of the blood medicine. 100 Sons candidates. Each person had 10 days of cultivation opportunity. But actually, the vast majority could not get 10 days. Wanting to cultivate in the blood pool, they would have to challenge one of them. The victor only had 1 day of cultivation time. The loser bye-bye. Losers were not allowed to challenge a second time. 1 day later, that number would accept other people's challenges again. Yi Yuan handed his wooden card to the manager, and it just happened to be seen by 100 Sons candidate beside him, immediately attracting a series of ridicules. TCH Giant Net City. A bunch of cannon fodders also dare to come to the blood pool to cultivate. Hey kid, don't you know that a trash from Heaven 1 continent isn't allowed to enter the blood pool? The one who spoke was a youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's. The moment these words came out, A group of amused looks immediately cast over from all around. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that. It seemed like there was really only him entering the blood pool. What is going on? Is heaven one continent such a failure? This matter was Yi Yuan, who was ignorant and ill-informed. The other city's people all knew about this. But Yi Yuan had zero communication with those people on the whole journey. There was naturally no one who told him about this. It was not that Yi Yuan pretended to be proud and cold, but that the matter of him slaughtering off a Pa-S Sageway had already spread out. Those people all feared him like a tiger. In reality, the 100 Sons candidates from Heaven One Continent would never step into the blood pool. This was because that was only asking for trouble. In the course of time, no one went anymore. Heaven One Continent rarely had someone who could enter the ranks of the 100 Sons. Even if one occasionally entered, they would also be ranked at the bottom. At first, they naturally wanted to enter the blood pool to cultivate too. However, they were beaten each time until they had to search the ground for their teeth, or even straight up ended up dead. There was naturally no one who dared to come anymore. Therefore, the blood pool had an unwritten rule. Those from Heaven One Continent were not allowed to enter. Of course, this was the agreement among the 100 Sons. The officials naturally still acknowledged their identity. One ties. It was just that they looked down on Heaven One Continent. Why was there such a situation? Actually, Heaven One Continent's bloodkins were basically all immigrants. The earliest immigrants were all the weakest batch in the blood race. These people were merely cannon fodders, specifically used to deliver to death. The blood race used these people to whittle away the cities under the absolute heaven barrier. Either way, if these people died, there would be no heartache either. But without a doubt, Heaven One Continent's bloodkins were the weakest in the blood race. Of course, Heaven One Continent had true elites too. The 100,000-strong army that was destroyed by South Chi Giant City, as well as that army that sneak-attacked Northern View City back then, were elites. However, these two armies had completely sucked. Bet at Yi Yuan's hands SUC. It was also precisely because of this that the blood race's W.A.N. Jizwa would be so furious, insisting on killing Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan did not know what was going on, he understood very quickly. Alfly deliberately did not say anything. It was in order to let him come and make trouble. That guy knew that he was strong, so Alfly specifically let him come and slap faces. This guy is really wicked. Isn't he afraid of him suck? You, being here? However, slap faces it is then. After I push you up to the sky and then tell you that I'm a human, would you vomit blood on the spot or not? I really didn't know this. Brother, can you teach me or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a sneer. Brother, are you worthy to? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, you're going to get it. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, I'm a 100 Sons candidate. With an ident. 1. Tai token, I naturally have the right to challenge the people in the blood pool. You don't have the right to make me go out. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a snicker, whoa. 100 Sons candidate, what a scary tea. I tlee. Ha ha ha. He said that he's a candidate for the 100 Sons. Are you all afraid or not? There were immediately people who started kicking up a row all around. Scared to death. These people are all not 100 Sons candidates. Is Heaven One Continent that place full of powerhouses? Are they all very formidable? I wonder if those powerhouses in the blood pool are a match for the Heaven One Continent expert or not. These people completely looked down on Heaven One Continent, their words being very nasty. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said disdainfully, Boy, you might not know, those able to enter the blood pool to cultivate all have hope of becoming Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in the end. And you all who came from Heaven One Continent are all cannon fodders. Do you understand what's called cannon fodder? Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and get lost. Once you choose to challenge the powerhouses in the blood pool, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? I'm so scared. This lord, I wonder if when it's my turn to challenge, can I make everyone in the blood pool get lost? By the side, that half-step Emperor Realm manager could not help being stupefied. I'll get lost. What was the meaning of this? Challenging all of them. If I kill them all, I should be able to enjoy the blood pool all by myself, right? Yi Yuan saw that the manager was confused and asked. The manager was stupefied again, his mind somewhat unable to wrap itself around that. Kill them all? This fool, where did this guy appear from? Little fellow, do you know who are cultivating in the blood pool? The manager could not help laughing as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, who there have nothing to do with me, because they will become dead people very soon. When a youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, awesome. Heaven One Continent really produced a formidable character. Then you remember well. I'm called Blue Blood. When you challenge, remember to call me along." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If you want to court death, I naturally won't stop you." The slot for challenging only had 99 people every day. Yi Yuan just handed his ident. 1. Tie token over. He naturally had to wait in line. His time of challenge was 2 days later. Yi Yuan's words instantly caused an uproar in the entire blood pool. They had seen before morons, but they had never met anyone so moronic. What is this place? Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Even if you were a dragon, you have to coil up too. Do you know how many powerhouses were here? You boasted so shamelessly and actually wanted to kill everyone in the blood pool. Are you crazy? Why did an idiot come from Heaven One Continent? Apart from producing fools, what else can that forsaken place produce? The 10 seeds this year, there are 7 who are cultivating in the blood pool. This kid has gone nuts to actually want to kill them all. TSK, really looking forward to it. 2 days. 2 days later, we'll naturally know. Everyone used sympathetic gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They already determined that Yi Yuan was a fool. If he was not a fool, how could he say such stupid words? The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "No need to kill everyone. You just have to defeat everyone, and this blood pool will naturally be yours alone." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "What's the point in defeating? It's naturally directly killing." Chapter 2880, Aren't You All Attacking Together? Chapter 2880, Aren't You All Attacking Together? The next day, it was Blue Blood's turn to challenge. He directly challenged the number 7 blood pool's powerhouse. This action also caused a stir in the blood pool. Before this, Blue Blood was invincible. No one expected that he would be so strong. The number 1 blood pool was one of the 10 great seeded candidates. To dare challenge this position, Blue Blood's strength naturally went without saying. However, no one expected that Blue Blood actually won beautifully. Everyone could also see that this Blue Blood was actually still holding strength in reserve. This guy was absolutely a major dark horse. In the 100 Suns battle this time, Blue Blood was very likely to make it into the top 10. All of a sudden, Blue Blood became Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's man of the hour. Before entering the blood pool, Blue Blood specially came before Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Powerhouse from Heaven One Continent, I welcome you to challenge me tomorrow. Remember, I'm at the number 7 blood pool." Yi Yuan had always been at the martial arena. He had also seen this battle. Blue Blood's strength was indeed very strong. Reaching Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, the strengths of these contestants were more than a level stronger than those in Giant Net City. Yi Yuan could also tell that these 100 Suns candidates hanging around in the blood pool, their strength was actually about the same level. They had virtually already reached the limits that Saint Sovereign Heaven could reach. Compared to those in the extreme medicine sect in the same rank, the blood race was significantly stronger. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. With his bloodline breaking through, his strength had long already broken through the limits of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Coupled with the effect of the power of blessing, he was virtually invincible in battle. Even if the current Yi Yuan faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, he could also cut him down. These blood race, Saint Sovereign Heavens, all had the strength to jump a major realm and fight. But if they faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, it would be certain death. Not everyone was as monstrous as Yi Yuan. You are not worthy yet. Facing Blue Blood's provocation, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at him. Oh, you can go ahead and posture now. I hope that you won't be scared when it's time to challenge tomorrow. Blue Blood said with a sneer. The current Yi Yuan had long already become a laughingstock of the blood pool. He wanted to challenge everyone in the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in the history of the blood race. Body possessed the strength to defeat 100 same-rank geniuses in Saint's sovereign heaven. Furthermore, these 100 geniuses were all the strongest in the blood race's Saint's sovereign heaven. On the following day, the challenges in the blood pool continued without any breaks. Many dark horses rose to prominence one after another, but no one was as stunning as Blue Blood. Finally, it was the third day. It was Yi Yuan's turn to challenge. Many people gathered around, pouring ridicule on him again. Hey, Heaven One Continent's expert, it's your turn to challenge. You said before that you wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the blood pool. You mustn't be scared at this time. Your luck is pretty good. Bloodage already maxed out the 10 days and already came out of the blood pool. Otherwise, you can still challenge him. Go up there and do it. Don't be scared. Big shot. Hurry up and knock them all down. I want to carry your shoes for you. Yi Yuan had not taken the stage yet, and a series of guffaws already came from all around. The geniuses present were all very proud, so they never disdained to take somebody to the task. They had always had the heart that yearned for number one, but would never say that I was going to sweep all of you away. No one dared to say so. Bloodage was the publicly recognized strongest person in this period. If Yi Yuan just challenged him, it would not be to such an extent of making people ridicule him like so. But to challenge everyone, that was too stupid. Therefore, Yi Yuan became an out-and-out clown in their eyes. The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Expert from the Heaven One Continent, are you still insisting on challenging everyone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Call them over and end the fight swiftly. I still have to cultivate." The manager was stupefied. Clearly, he did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to accept it. He was just throwing in a word or two of derision earlier. Could it be that this guy was really tired of living? In a certain hidden S.P. several big shots were currently paying attention to the situation in the blood pool. "I'll fly. He's your trump card this time. No matter how I look, he seems like a fool too." Ho-ho. Could it be that this kid thinks that this place is Heaven One Continent? He just killed a few fools. Does he really think that he's invincible in the same rank? Even if he's really invincible in the same rank, body dares to be so arrogant either, right? The 7 great blood envoys were shockingly present. The other 6 people mocked Alfly. They had already heard about Yi Yuan's performance on Heaven One Continent. It was just that in their view, what was killing a bunch of trash worth being smug about? They were all too clear about the strength of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons, because each period's Saint sovereign 100 sons were led by them. And among them, there were quite a few people who were former Saint sovereign 100 sons too. Why did the blood race attach so much importance to the battle of 100 sons? It was because the chances of powerhouses being born among the 100 sons were very high. The Saint sovereign 100 sons from several thousand years ago were presently long, already big-shot characters who could take charge as chief at a front. There were even some who already broke through to He-Gemin realm. Each period's battle of 100 sons was conducted every 10 years. It could be said to be the cradle of the blood race's reserve powerhouses. And they all, these blood envoys, the blood D-Temple would also give a certain reward to the powerhouses that they brought out. It was just that Owlfly had never gotten these rewards before. Facing the other 6 blood envoys' mockery, Owlfly did not care and just said with a smile, "Young people can't be taken seriously when showing off momentary bravery. We all just have to watch the show properly." A blood envoy said with a cold smile, "T-Sich, Owlfly, don't think that we don't know what you have in mind. Finally managed to get a card, and you want to sweep away our faces, right? It's just that if we extend our faces over, do you dare to hit? Who descend into the blood pool? How much strength to exert?" They all had a score in their hearts. The Battle of the Blood Pool was actually the preview of the Battle of the 100 Sons. And Owlfly had never won before, so his goal was not hard to guess. In the martial arena, 99 genius martial artists were staring at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. This guy was absolutely a madman. Min 1, go and take care of him. He's purely wasting our time. The one who spoke was precisely the number 1 blood pool's genius, Bloodrain. After Bloodage left, he moved from position 2 to position 1. Now, he was the strongest one among these 99 people. As for Min 1, he was merely Bloodrain's lackey. Bloodrain completely looked down on Yi Yuan and could not be bothered to take action to deal with him. It was a waste of time. When Min 1 heard the command, he rushed straight for Yi Yuan. "Hang on," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Bloodrain smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Sorry, it's too late." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You guys sure that you're not attacking together? I gave you all the chance. In a while, you guys won't even have time to regret it." Everyone exchanged glances first. Following that, it was hooting peals of laughter. Attack together? Just a deal with an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven? Hoo-hoo. Yeah, no, our opponents were basically all true Sovereign Heavens. Oh, punk, get to me first before posturing. Minwen rushed toward Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Bang! A large blood-colored hand suddenly appeared from the void. A palm smacked down, and Minwen directly turned to ashes. Min, I'm considered to have gotten through, right? Are you all sure that you want to come one by one? Yi Yuan's eyes swept over everyone's faces, his gaze full of ridicule. Chapter 2881 The Blood Race is full of treasures. Chapter 2881 The Blood Race is full of treasures. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the center of the group, not taking those so-called powerhouses seriously at all. That slap earlier had cowed everyone. Very strong. Although Minwen's strength was not top-notch, they absolutely could not smack him to death so casually. Oh, body's coming? Then I'm coming. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish, Russ. Plussing right into the group. When he went, he was still like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although their strength was more than a level stronger than Giant Net City's geniuses, at the very most, they could only withstand 3 to 5 moves from Yi Yuan. Then they would kick the bucket. These geniuses were all the strongest people in the same rank in the blood race. They all had their own pride and were disdainful to join hands with the others. Especially Bloodrain and the rest. They kept observing from the sidelines with cool detachment. However, their eyes held a thick look of fear. In a few breaths, Yi Yuan killed several geniuses in a row, his power invincible. The expressions of Bloodrain and the rest became increasingly uglier. It was because among the people who were killed just now, there were a few people's strengths that already approached that of seeded candidate. But they actually could not last more than 10 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan did not have any fancy moves either. He was just unrestrained like that, dealing punch after punch. 1 punch, beat you until you vomited blood. 2 punches, beat you until your bones cracked. 3 punches, take your puny life. This fist technique looked simple, but the bloodline power contained in it was extremely strong. What are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill him. At this rate, we'll all die. Blue Blood said in a solemn voice. Everyone looked toward Blue Blood with strange expressions. Wasn't he the one who postured the hardest? Now got slapped, right? Before this, Blue Blood was afraid that Yi Yuan would forget him and even specifically emphasized that he was at the number 7 blood pool. But now, he was Wisconsin plussing that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him, right? However, they also knew that this cannot be blamed on Blue Blood. It was seriously that this Blood Azure was too monstrous. Who could have thought that an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful to such an extent? At this time, the most shocked one was none other than Blue Blood. Yi Yuan's super strong combat power made him feel despair. F***CK. What did your father do previously? Posturing in front of him? Mocked him for overestimating his own ability? It turned out that he was the most laughable one. This guy's strength was strong until it made people despair. No way. I have to kill him. At this time, Bloodrain, who had been silent all along, also said in a solemn voice, "Kill." These words were tantamount to tacitly agreeing to Blue Blood's proposal. These geniuses were going to join forces. Dozens of geniuses pounced toward Yi Yuan crazily. Haha, bring it on. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, his aura rising to a new level. Those geniuses practically all wanted to vomit blood. You were actually still freaking hiding your strength. However, the strength of Blood Rain and the others were really strong too. With the group of geniuses joining forces, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. It was just that they discovered that Yi Yuan's luck was really too good. Sometimes an inadvertent turn of his body could easily evade their certain kill blow. If they wanted to hurt Yi Yuan, it was simply dreaming. Blood Azure, don't you want to kill us all? Now try killing and see. Haha. Blue Blood said with a loud laugh. He was not in a hurry. At this time, Yi Yuan would die sooner or later. It was just that these words were somewhat shameless. Even the other geniuses could not quite look on anymore as well. Do you want face or not? Previously, he said that the opponent was too weak to stand up to Compet. 1. Tyan and would be seeking death if he came. Now, so many people were surrounding and attacking him alone. Look how proud you became. However, many of them seemed to have mocked Yi Yuan before too. Ho, is this the strength of the so-called Saint's Sovereign 100 Sons? I still thought that I could run into some decent opponents when I came to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. But you all disappoint me very much. There's no use to our blood race at all for you all, these ants, to be living. So, you all can go and die already. Boom. Yi Yuan slammed a punch out. Civ Force exploded on the spot. More than 10 blood race geniuses were directly blown into clouds of blood mist, unable to recover anymore. Everyone's expression changed wildly. Yi Yuan actually still concealed his strength. This punch earlier was more than 10 times stronger than before. Even if they pulled out all the stops, they completely could not resist it too. The blood race's bloodline power actually had similar aspects to the True Spirit clan's bloodline power. It was just that the blood race's blood essence had many magical aspects that the True Spirit race was not equipped with, such as revival from a drop of blood. But the True Spirit race was born from chaos, especially the dragon race. Their bloodline power was even more powerful until it was incapable of further increase. Through his research on the blood race's blood essence, Yi Yuan discovered that refining the blood race's blood essence into heavenly pills could actually improve bloodline power. Yi Yuan named this heavenly pill Bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill. After Yi Yuan consumed the profound Grade Bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill, his bloodline power already rose to the middle stage of Battle Soul level True Spirit Bloodline. His combat power was long already significantly stronger compared to before. Previously in Giant Net City, Yi Yuan slaughtered countless geniuses, but the strength that he displayed was merely just around 50%. At this time, he exerted 80% of his strength. Blowing up these so-called geniuses did not take any effort at all. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan was very much looking forward to the blood race's blood pools. He really wanted to see whether this blood pool had any improvement effect on his bloodline. Of course, before this, he saw no reason not to kill some blood race geniuses. While talking, Yi Yuan smashed a punch towards Blood Rain. Blood Rain's strength was indeed formidable too. His bloodline power already barely reached Battle Soul level bloodline, according to the division of the True Spirit lineage. It was just that this level was utterly not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's view, let alone that he even had the improved Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist that Mi Tian imparted. The dragon race's martial techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was heavier than the last. Blood Rain vomited fresh blood wildly. On the third punch, he could not bear it anymore and was blown up by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a killing G.O.D., striking fear into those who saw him. Outside the martial arena, everyone was stunned. Blood Rain's strength was publicly recognized as an existence capable of entering the top 10. But he was actually directly killed by Yi Yuan. This guy's strength was actually strong until this kind of extent. Killing Blood Rain with 3 punches. Just how strong is this guy's strength? Too strong. This Blood Azure definitely has the strength to contend for first place. He really wasn't joking about killing off these 99 people. There are only a few people left now. Yeah, the powerhouses around Blue Blood have all been killed off one by one. Only he isn't dead yet. Blue Blood, this fellow, wouldn't be doing it on purpose, right? People discovered to their surprise that the powerhouses around Blue Blood were currently falling one by one. But he was safe and sound. Blue Blood unleashed all of his abilities, but he was weak like a chicken in front of Yi Yuan. Boom! Yi Yuan directly blew a genius up. There was only Blue Blood alone left in the entire martial arena. Yi Yuan stopped. Number 7 Blood Pool's genius. I'm challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge or not? Yi Yuan looked at Blue Blood and said with a smile that was not a smile. Thud! Blue Blood knelt right down, his entire body trembling endlessly. He had already completely lost the courage to continue fighting in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2882 Frenzied Absorption. Chapter 2882 Frenzied Absorption. Ha! The fool that you all talked about killed off the so-called geniuses that you all brought. Alfly laughed very happily, very delighted. Looking at the 6 great blood envoys' constipated expressions, he felt satisfied to the extreme. This time, he really felt exaltation upon fulfillment. Actually, when he let Yi Yuan enter the blood pool to make a scene, it was just letting him go and challenge those powerhouses. He believed that with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no problem challenging the top 10 at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan, this guy, played so freaking big to actually say that he was going to kill everyone the moment he came? At that time, he even secretly scolded Yi Yuan for being a fool. Do you think that this place is Giant Net City? Who could have expected that this fellow actually even concealed his strength and really killed off all those geniuses in the blood pool? Incredible. Awesome. With this, I could finally straighten my back, right? But the other 6 great blood envoys became unhappy. A true genius actually came out from the cannon fodders. Seeing Alfly's smug appearance, they wished to tear him to shreds. Unlucky. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan killed off all the elites that they brought. Then, the 100 Suns battle this time. What did they still have to take part in? Blue Blood was P.I.S. Sing his pants in fear. He was really frightened of P.I.S. Sing his pants. A foul smell emitted from his body, making Yi Yuan frown. This guy was crippled. This kind of trash wish for the entire world to know when he was posturing. When he got slapped, he did not even have the courage to face it. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him anymore too, walking straight out of the martial arena and heading towards the blood pool. Approaching the blood pool, B.L.O.O.D. Why smell that made people feel like vomiting hit their nostrils? This was a large pool of 10,000 feet in circu. Inference, a dreadful sight to behold. But monstrous fury burned in Yi Yuan's heart. Such a blood pool. How many people needed to be killed? Arriving at the blood race, Yi Yuan saw a lot of things, and he also heard many things. After the various races were enslaved, how they lived was really worse than animals. The blood race did not kill everyone either. They reared the various races' powerhouses in pens. When they needed blood, they would draw some from their bodies. These powerhouses were like livestock reared at home. There were not too many powerhouses worthy of being reared in pens. More were directly killed. The blood race's thirst for blood simply could not be described with words. They were a bunch of vampires. The blood pool was a wholet. One tie, but it was artificially divided into 99 parts by some array formations. The centermost blood pool had the thickest B.L.O.O.D. Why, aura. The effect was naturally the best too. Yi Yuan leaped straight into the centermost blood pool. When the people outside saw this scene, each and every one of them was incredibly envious. One person dominating the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Too satisfying. Yi Yuan's body soaked in the blood pool. He immediately felt a bone-corroding pain coming from within his body. The blood seemed to be melting his entire body. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that every cell in his body seemed to be becoming active. His blood seemed to have obtained new life. That feeling was hard to describe in words. However, He could clearly feel that his bloodline power was advancing. What miraculous means? The blood in this blood pool isn't only useful to the blood race. It's greatly useful to humans and true spirits too, especially true spirit bloodline. After soaking in this blood, it's absolutely able to evolve. After experiencing the initial most pain, Yi Yuan felt as if he was going to ascend to immortality. The blood in his body was ignited very quickly. His blood underwent nirvanic rebirth over and over again under the scouring of the blood. With each rebirth, there would be a tiny trace of evolution. His bloodline power was currently evolving towards late-stage battle soul level. Not only that, Yi Yuan discovered that the blood water was actually able to nurture the Dao sword. One had to know that the Dao sword could only slowly become stronger after experiencing the baptism of Dao tribulation. Other than this, Yi Yuan did not have very good methods to nurture the Dao sword. But this blood race's blood pool actually had such a miraculous effect. Although the efficiency of this conversion was very low, it could indeed strengthen the Dao sword. After the Dao sword became stronger, did he not even need to transcend tribulations anymore? Why not give it a try? Too miraculous. I didn't expect that there's actually still such a formidable bloodline evolution method in this world. If the dragon race has this kind of method, we can absolutely give birth to a large batch of hegemon realm powerhouses. Even Mi Tian could not resist exclaiming with sigh too. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Such a blood pool. No idea how many living things were Ma's sacred. Using this kind of method to evolve the bloodline isn't advisable." Mi Tian said awkwardly, "This old man is just saying it. Of course, I won't really go and do it. However, punk, you're coming off cheap." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Senior, pull a big play. Wonder if the blood race will feel heartache if I drain the blood in the blood pool. Also don't know whether this blood pool is enough for me to absorb or not." As he said, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed of absorbing the blood water suddenly became extremely fast. The blood in the blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood race geniuses, each and every one of their eyes went wide. Are my eyes going blurry? Why do I feel like the blood essence source in the blood pool is receding? Your eyesight isn't failing. It's really receding. What on earth did that punk do? This is also too fake, right? Could it be that he wants to absorb all of the blood essence source in this pool? Isn't he afraid of stuffing himself until he dies? Blood essence source was the blood race's term of address for these blood water pools. Creating a blood essence source was not just drawing blood so simple. There needed to be a series of extremely complicated crafts involved. Therefore, the preciousness of this pool's blood essence source was simply unable to be measured using heavenly crystals. Why were 100 people permitted to cultivate in the blood pool each day? It was because the expenditure of 100 people could be made up for in time. But now, the blood essence source in this blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed that the speed of Yi Yuan's consumption alone was even faster than the consumption speed of 99 geniuses added up. Was this guy human? Furthermore, the energy contained in the blood essence source was already very powerful to a saint's sovereign heaven. Absorbing for 10 days, no matter how genius you were, you would already be satiated too. But Yi Yuan, aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself until you explode? Of course not. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the blood essence source continuously. This several hundred feet deep blood pool had already receded by more than 10 feet in less than half a day. With this, the entire Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's upper echelons were all shocked. The blood pool was a strategic resource to the blood race. It could nurture countless powerhouses, expending so much at once. How could the blood race not be shocked? Very soon, one blood race top powerhouse after another, swarming toward this side in succession. They had to make a decision. Was it to continue to let Yi Yuan absorb or immediately interrupt Yi Yuan's absorption? And right at this time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to grand completion, Saint's sovereign heaven unknowingly. Chapter 2883, Not Even Letting You Guys Drink Soup. Chapter 2883, Not Even Letting You Guys Drink Soup. A blood envoy howled, "Stop! We must stop it. The blood essence source in this blood pool is our ACCU. Mulations of nearly 1,000 years. Can't let this brat alone deplete it." The consumption rate of the blood essence source made his flesh hurt. Even this city lord in front of them, the muscles on his face were twitching nonstop too. Although Saint's sovereign-level blood essence source was relatively easy to obtain, this kind of consumption, he could not quite support it too. If this was finished absorbing, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City would probably enter 100 years of vacuum period. Stop my *SS. City Lord, Your Excellency. Blood Azure is a bloodline genius that's hard to come across in a million years. His bloodline power far surpa SES those in the same rank. He can definitely step into Hegemon realm in the future. Compared to a Hegemon realm, what does a mere blood pool count for? Alfly naturally supported Yi Yuan fervently. Ho! Is Hegemon realm so easy to break through? Even at our realms, it's far away and not in the foreseeable future, let alone talk about a Saint's sovereign heaven. Blood Azure can kill 100 Suns candidates by himself at Upper Saint's sovereign heaven. His talent is absolutely one of a kind in our blood race. Blood Curse, are you jealous of the talented? Alfly questioned. At this time, a group of Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses was arguing nonstop over a Yi Yuan. One side felt that Yi Yuan was extremely talented and that they should support him in absorbing the blood essence source. But the other side felt that investing the ACCU, mulations of 1,000 years on a Saint's sovereign heaven with a vague and uncertain future was not worth it. City Lord Yi Wuguei was a genuine Hegemon realm. Even he was also hesitant at this time. As a Hegemon realm, no one was clearer than him about the difficulty of reaching the Hegemon realm. But it was also precisely because of this that if they could groom a Hegemon realm, no matter how much resources were thrown in, it was not overboard. Compared to a Hegemon realm, what did a mere blood pool count as? One had to know, for these few thousand years, even with the resources of 2 great continents, the blood race only gave birth to a single-digit number of Hegemon realms too. The talent that Yi Yuan exhibited had indeed moved him greatly. A blood envoy said anxiously, "City Lord, Your Excellency, if we still don't make a decision, that brat will be draining the blood pool dry." A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yi Wuguei's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him absorb. This city lord wants to see how much he can absorb. If he can really drain the blood pool, then so what if let him drain it dry?" Alfly's gaze flashed, his face revealing a look of wild ecstasy. "This time, wouldn't your father completely take advantage of you idiots? Blood Azure, you have to win credit for this seat." Yi Yuan naturally lived up to expectations. He was currently feeling refreshed to the extreme. Under the Tao tribulation, the growth of the Tao sword was too explosive. That was a pain like being lacerated. But the nurturing of this blood essence source was very gentle. The Tao sword grew bit by bit, becoming more powerful. His cultivation realm broke through to Upper Saint's sovereign heaven smoothly and actually did not trigger a Tao tribulation. And his bloodline power similarly made rather big improvements too. It was just a shame that after his bloodline power evolved to a certain extent, it basically did not grow anymore. This blood pool is half absorbed, and the upper echelons in the city haven't reacted yet. It looks like they have acknowledged me, this genius. However, this blood pool already doesn't have much effect on me. I heard that there's an even better Saint's sovereign level blood pool in the Blood G.O.D. temple. Should I also suck that blood pool dry? Yi Yuan could not refrain from thinking. Blood G.O.D. temple was the same as the Extreme Medicine Sect's Extreme Light Pavilion. It was where the legacy of the blood race lay. The blood pool, there was definitely a grade stronger than this one. Such a good thing. Yi Yuan was naturally moved by it. Although the effect was already not great, Yi Yuan was still absorbing the blood essence source crazily. He did not have to leave behind such a good thing for the blood race. Even if some was wasted on me, it's better than you guys using it. On the 10th day, this blood pool no longer had a drop of blood essence source anymore. What made everyone vomit blood was that the traces of blood essence source stained on the pool wall. Yi Yuan even sucked it clean like a licking dog. Freaking H-E-L. L. Did you want face or not? You ate the meat and did not even let us drink soup? FF*CK me. Does this guy still want people to live or not? A few thousand years of ACCU. Mutilation was sucked up by him in a few days. Yet this guy still has an insatiable look. Your father really wants to tear him to shreds alive. The most aggravating thing is that we can't beat him. This guy's an out-and-out G. Oh, death of killing. The geniuses outside had completely broken down. Blood pool this sort of good thing. Who did not hanker after it? Yi Yuan was good, not even giving them a drop. Coming out of the blood pool and looking at the surrounding expressions like their mothers had died, Yi Yuan felt refreshed in his heart. Want to increase strength? Sure, go. And cultivate bitterly. This kind of good stuff that saves effort, I'll kindly accept it. All surrounding here for what? If you're unhappy about anything, you're welcome to find me to take revenge in the 100 Suns battle. I won't refuse any arrivals. Yi Yuan said with a radiant smile. I take revenge your *SS. You killed people without batting any eyelid. If my head freaking missing screws? To find you to take revenge? But not being able to take revenge was really very unpleasant. Fury rose straight to the clouds all around him. Everyone dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. This guy could beat 99 by himself when he was at Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, who else was his mate in Saint Sovereign Heaven? Even those few who did not make a move probably did not dare to make a move against him anymore as well. Right? Ha ha ha! Little Blood Azure, Big Blood Azure, have broken through to half-step Emperor Realm. How is it? Impressive, right? The true Sovereign 100 Suns battle this time. I'll definitely take first place. Yi Yuan heard Yang Qing's voice before he went out. Clearly, he had also reaped considerable benefits in these 10 days. During the past 10 days, he challenged 10 blood race powerhouses in a row. He firmly occupied the number 1 blood pool. In this blood pool, he gained a sudden epiphany too, and he actually reached half-step Emperor Realm. This step was not easy to take. However, this blood pool was indeed formidable. But as soon as he came in, Yang Qing saw the empty blood pool. His entire person could not help being stupefied, and he said, is there no blood pool at your Saint Sovereign Heaven side? Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, there was. It got sucked dry by me. Sucked dry. Yang Qing's eye. This almost popped out. Was this fellow still human? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the quality of this blood pool is a little poor. I think the blood D Temple's blood pool should be better. Bang! A series of tumbling sounds was heard from all around. Freaking H-E-L-L. Did you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up again and sighed with admiration as he said, You're amazing. Ha ha. The two of you really nice. Very nice. Right at this time, a loud laughter sounded out. Owlfly's figure directly landed. The current Owlfly was in high and vigorous spirits, feeling indescribably satisfied. With the big and little blood azures that he brought, he really regained all the face that he lost in these 1,000 years. Delightful, delightful. Yi Yuan gave him a glance lightly and said with a smile, Lead the way then. Owlfly was taken aback and immediately said with a big laugh, Okay, follow me. Chapter 2884, Chaos Bloodstone. Chapter 2884, Chaos Bloodstone. It was still Yang Qing's first time facing a Hegemon Realm powerhouse. He was somewhat lacking in confidence. Although Yi Yuan said that the blood imitation pill could hide from anyone's eyes and ears, he was still uncertain in his heart. After all, Hegemon realms were virtually invincible existences. They had unimaginably queer divine abilities. But very soon, Yang Qing felt relieved. This hegemon realm powerhouse in front of them indeed could not tell as well. In reality, if a hegemon realm was really hell-bent on examining them, he could still identify them. But who could have thought that two measly humans could actually impersonate the blood race and even run to the blood race's capital, becoming apex geniuses? This was a blind spot thinking. Hegemon realms were no exception either. With such a genius appearing, Yi Wuguwei was very happy. He already knew about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance. One blood pool exchanging for a genius with potential for hegemon realm was well worth it. Seeing this seat, you don't seem to be afraid at all. Yi Wuguwei sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly. What's there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, I'll become one of you. Yi Yuan said coolly. A blood envoy of lasting wind continent immediately berated, insolent. Ignorant fool, do you think that hegemon realm is so easy? Yi Yuan swept a glance at him and said coolly, if you can say something like this, it proves that you're getting further and further away from hegemon realm. You, impudent, the blood envoy said furiously. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Grand Completion Emperor, Sakura Heaven, and even Origin powerhouses not being able to break through to hegemon realm, it was actually their confidence being worn down after failing to break through time after time. This hurdle was far too difficult. However, once confidence was shaken, one would really get further and further away from hegemon realm. Yi Wuguwei gave Yi Yuan a deep and meaningful glance, not expecting that he could actually say something like this. Producing emotions of fear towards hegemon realm, one could basically say goodbye to hegemon realm in this lifetime. Yi Wuguwei had long seen through. This blood envoy's realm had basically reached an end already. High enough. A dignified blood envoy. Where's the sense of propriety in arguing with a junior? Yi Wuguwei said in a solemn voice. The blood envoy's face immediately had nowhere to put. He, an exalted blood envoy, was actually reprimanded. Tahai was on the worst terms with Owlfly, so Yi Yuan's rise made him very displeased. Hence, he also targeted Owlfly time and again. It was just that he never expected that Yi Wuguwei actually reprimanded him because of a junior. It seemed like Jim and Wuguwei thought very highly of this boy. Owlfly was delighted to the extreme in his heart. I did not expect that your father would have a day where I could turn things around too. Yi Wuguwei could not be bothered to pay attention and said to Yi Yuan, Blood Azure, your talent shows disdain upon your peers. You're indeed a genius of my blood race that's hard to come across. However, you already have no opponents among your peers. The 100 Sun selection this time already doesn't have much significance to you. In addition, your bloodline power has already reached the limit of Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's very hard to improve it any further. Therefore, in the 100 Sun selection this time, you don't need to take part anymore. You also don't need to go to the Blood D Temple's blood pool anymore. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, How can that be? Not taking part, it's insufficient to convince the SES. Others will even think that this Saint Sovereign Heaven's #1, is self-proclaimed. City Lord, Your Excellency, rest assured, my bloodline power still has room for improvement. So I have to go to this blood pool. This is the Blood D Temple's reward. City Lord, Your Excellency wouldn't strip me away of this bit of authority, right? What do you mean? Not letting me kill anymore? How can that be? There are still so many geniuses that haven't been killed. My goal is to kill off all of the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heaven geniuses. Also, how can I not go to the blood pool? If I don't drain the blood pool, how many powerhouses are you all going to groom again? These things are all mine. Yi Wuguwei similarly frowned and said, There's already not much meaning for you to take part in these. Yi Yuan said unyieldingly, I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement. If City Lord, Your Excellency wants to deprive me, Yi Yuan wants to request the Blood D Temple to return Blood Azure justice. Yi Wuguwei felt a headache. Was this guy really not willing to let go of any benefits? He was a little afraid that this guy would also drain the blood pool there after going to the blood D temple. In the end, Yi Wu said helplessly, "All right, if you want to partake, 1p. 8, that's up to you too. However, partake, 1p. Aiding in these indeed doesn't have much significance to you anymore. Finding you is just to tell you that the clan has already agreed to give you a month's time to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. In addition, the clan will devote resources to help you to break through to He Gemin Realm." The moment these words came out, apart from Yi Yuan, the other blood race upper echelons all trembled all over. This treatment was also too good. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said with palpitating excitement, "Chaos Bloodstone?" Yi Wu said with a nod, "Chaos Bloodstone, born from chaos. It's the source power of our blood race. Our blood race was born from the Chaos Bloodstone. As long as you comprehend a trace, it will be sufficient for you to benefit for life." Yi Yuan's breathing also became ragged. If I were to destroy this Chaos Bloodstone, would the blood race collapse on its own without being attacked? He knew that this monstrous performance had already attracted great attention from the blood race. The blood race had started to spare no effort to groom him. Looking at the expressions of the other blood envoys, he knew just how hard this opportunity to comprehend was to come by. This trip was indeed not in vain. He had already come into contact with some of the blood race's major secrets. Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Many thanks, City Lord Your Excellency, for the great favor. After Bloodizer's cultivation has achieved success, I'll go to the front lines and kill off the human race and drink their blood." Yi Wu said with a smile, "Very good. This is what men of my blood race should be like." The news of Yi Yuan's ascension spread like wildfire. There were cheers in Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. This D of killing was finally not taking part in the 100 Sun selection anymore. Even those top geniuses also let out a long sigh in relief. These geniuses were all extremely proud and extremely confident. But, facing a freak who could suck the blood pool dry, they could only let out a long sigh. Blood Azure was destined to be the name that suppressed an era. Excellent. That fiend finally doesn't need to partake 1p8 anymore. Thank God. If I were to run into him, I reckon that I won't even have the chance to concede defeat. Thank God. Thank you, Lord W. A.N. Jizwa. You really did a great thing. Many people wept agitatedly. Half a month later, the 100 Suns battle was held as scheduled. When Yi Yuan walked into the contestant area, everyone burst into an uproar. Didn't they say that this D of killing went to the blood D temple? Why is he still taking part in the 100 Sun selection? At hashtag dollar, *1%, Motherf asterisk cur, isn't this bullying people? You're already not on the same plane as us. I forfeit. Your father won't take part anymore, all right. Yi Yuan's appearance cast a shadow over the entire 100 Sun selection. Those geniuses felt that the sky had turned dark. Lo, everyone. We meet again. Yi Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone wished to go up and tear him to shreds. But body dared to do anything. Chapter 2885, The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Chapter 2885, The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Bang. The complexions of the contestants turned deathly pale. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were filled with fear and indignation. On the stage, the opponent was gone before he had time to admit defeat. Yi Yuan already became the nightmare of all the Saint's sovereign 100 Suns. Whoever encountered him had simply encountered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants fought until they already had completely no strength in the end, fighting like mortals. I beg you, concede defeat. I won't concede. Even if I lose, I give up on this. I'll be able to avoid that demon if I beat you. Since that's the case, irreconcilable till death then. Irreconcilable till death. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants spoke in unison. I can see, Judge, I admitted defeat first. Uttering nonsense. I was clearly the first to concede defeat. In the end, the two started fighting. Between these two, whoever won had to encounter Yi Yuan. The entire 100 Sun selection, all the fights related to Yi Yuan had already become a hot mess. The judges wished to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. This guy was purely here to cause trouble. In this match, Yi Yuan's opponent was Bloodage, who was once called the #1 person. These two strongest men finally matched up. This battle also attracted the attention of countless people, including Yi Wuguei. Bloodage's strength was extremely strong. He could be said to be the well-deserved #1. But now, Yi Yuan was already the uncrowned king. Whoever encountered him would be frightened. It was not because he was strong, but it was because he killed people on sight. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodage opposite and said with a smile, "Everyone says that you're this period's 100 Suns #1. You wouldn't be the same as them, admitting defeat when you see me, right?" Bloodage looked at Yi Yuan and did not speak. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "If even you admit defeat too, that's also too boring. Swuz. H." Plus all of a sudden, Yi Yuan actually arrived right in front of Bloodage with an instantaneous movement. The speed was inconceivably swift. Yi Yuan knew that this Bloodage was very strong. He could not give him time to react. I can see, however, Yi Yuan's figure had just moved, and Bloodage blurted it out without the slightest hesitation. He directly admitted defeat very straightforwardly. This punch of Yi Yuan's could not be sent out anymore. After admitting defeat, killing was not allowed. Who's? H. Plus a series of exclamations came from all around. Bloodage actually admitted defeat. Too amazing. He's the first to concede defeat under Bloodage's hands. Yeah, well deserving of being the former #1. His strength is simply too strong to actually have time to admit defeat. What they were amazed by was not that Bloodage actually admitted defeat, but it was that Bloodage actually succeeded in admitting defeat. Yi Wuguei was dumbfounded. What the freaking H? EL? L is this? My blood race had unparalleled combat power and never feared death. Today, honor was actually felt for being able to admit defeat. Did you people still have any backbone or not? Also, this Bloodage, can't you freaking concede after exchanging 2 moves? Was there a need to be so straightforward? Although Yi Yuan was strong, you are not weak either. Don't even dare to attempt it. Gotta say, Bloodage's fighting power was absolutely formidable. Before Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, his first place was practically locked in already. If they would really fight, he might not be Yi Yuan's match, but it was also not to the extent of being the same as the others, being blown up at once. However, it was such a genius who did not even have the courage to make a move against Yi Yuan. Enough, Blood Azure. You've already defeated Bloodage and proved your strength. This seat orders you to immediately withdraw from the 100 Sun selection. Yi Wuguei's furious voice came from above the sky. At this rate, the entire 100 Sun selection would become a farce. Yi Wuguei's angry yell also shocked everyone immensely. Even a Hegemon Realm powerhouse was enraged. Did you not have any freaking clue in your heart? Yi Yuan looked above the sky and said with a helpless look, "Then can I still enter the blood pool if I withdraw now?" Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of Yi Wuguei's vomiting blood. Yes. Yi Wuguei's voice was filled with anger. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "Fine, then I'll withdraw. Sigh, not a single one who can fight. How boring." Poo, poo, poo. A series of blood-puking sounds came from all around. Not that no one could fight, it was that you were too vicious. You freaking took people's lives the moment you came up. Who dared to fight with you? Yi Yuan also felt quite helpless about this result. He originally wanted to kill some more, but in this kind of tournament, the opponents that could be killed were truly limited. Killing match by match was too troublesome. He also just took it as sing the time. However, Yi Yuan was still rather regretful for not being able to kill Bloodage. He knew that this Bloodage was very strong. Before him, he was reputed to be a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into the Hegemon realm. This kind of praise was not many, even in the blood race with powerhouses plentiful as clouds. Finally, Yi Yuan still withdrew from this boring fight. Then the Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City decided that the Battle of Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns would be redone. Being bored out of his mind, Yi Yuan went to watch the true Sovereign Hundred Suns final battle. Yang Qing was still as coquettish as ever. He was powerful and still liked to act coquettish, the aggro points maxing out. He broke through to half-step Emperor Realm too. His current strength was really like the noonday sun. His opponent's death rate was also extremely high. However, Yang Qing was ultimately not Yi Yuan. It was impossible to kill among his peers until they felt terrified. After the selection reached the final stage, Yang Qing also encountered his match. Reaching this level, even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that the Blood Race's Hundred Suns battle was really strong. Especially the top 10 Hundred Suns, their strength was simply strong until it made people's hair stand on end. The Blood Race was indeed able to give birth to a large batch of powerhouses using this kind of cruel selection method. Furthermore, the Hundred Suns battle took place every 10 years. The speed of giving birth to powerhouses was also very fast. 10 years were merely a snap of a finger to these heavenly stratum powerhouses. In the end, Yang Qing also suffered a cruise. Plusing defeat, only attaining 9th place. There were actually still 8 people whose strength was higher than Yang Qing's in true Sovereign Heaven Realm. Actually, with the battle achievement of 9th place, Yang Qing could already be sufficiently proud. After all, the Blood Race's true Sovereign Heavens could be calculated in the hundreds of millions. It was just that when he knew about the battle situation on the Saint Sovereign Heaven side, he really could not show off. F***CK. This is too demoralizing. Yi Yuan, this fellow, is always feeding me **T. He exerted all of his strength and only took 9th place. This guy was good, directly killing until others were fighting to concede. Even the first-place Bloodage did not dare to confront Yi Yuan head-on. Humph. One day, this genius is going to Serpa. SU in posturing. The curtains fell on the Hundred Suns battle. The new Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns were also screened through. However, Yi Yuan did not enter the ranks of the Hundred Suns. This guy, whatever Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns, could no longer highlight his status anymore. A dazzling genius slowly rose in the Blood Race. Yi Yuan's appearance caused a huge reverberation in the Blood Race. His performance was too monstrous. It was really summing when not making a sound, but making one's mark at the first shot. The powerhouses who advanced to Hegemon Realm in the recent few thousand years, even the performance of the strongest one back then, could not match up to 1/10,000th of Yi Yuan's too. Therefore, the Blood Race powerhouses were all extremely excited. They could already feel that before long, a new Hegemon Realm powerhouse would be born. Chapter 2886 Heavy Grooming. Chapter 2886 Heavy Grooming. This little Blood Azure absolutely has the look of a Hegemon. Big Blood Azure also has very high hopes of reaching Hegemon Realm. I heard that the clan has already let little Blood Azure go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. It means that the Blood D Temple is also very optimistic about him. Indeed, that boy is too monstrous. After he breaks through to Hegemon Realm, the absolute heaven barrier will surely be breached. 2 people having the same name, Blood Azure, amaze the world with their brilliant feats, shocking the Blood Race. This matter became a legend. Hence, everyone called the higher cultivation realm Yang Qing as Big Blood Azure and the lower cultivation realm Yi Yuan as Little Blood Azure. The appearance of 2 great Hegemon candidates made the Blood Race boil over with excitement. Yang Qing was good. The Blood Race's powerhouses had already boasted Yi Yuan to the heavens. Actually, the Heaven One Alliance was grooming Hegemon Realm powerhouses. How was the Blood Race not nurturing Hegemon Realm powerhouses too? As long as there were sufficient Hegemon Realms, the absolute heaven barrier would no longer be a problem. This was the fundamental way. As for South Chi Giant City, that level of battle, it was actually merely a petty brawl. The blood race would not care about a few people dying, but they cared a lot about geniuses with the potential to step into hegemon realm, selecting the 100 sons, forming a powerful compet. 1. Tithe mechanism in the clan. All these were in order to give birth to even more hegemon realms. At this time, within the blood G.O.D. temple, it was a flurries. H.I. Plussing scene 2. Congratulations, W.A.N. Jizwa. Congratulations, W.A.N. Jizwa. Our blood race has gained another genius. This little bloodizer's light simply can't be concealed at all. With his bloodline strength, stepping into hegemon realm is virtually a sure bet. This guy is absolutely a character who'll suppress an era. Our blood race is mighty. Such a genius roaring into existence. Our blood race isn't far from unifying all the heavens. In the blood G.O.D. temple, many Emperor Realm powerhouses were extremely excited. Yi Yuan's appearance was absolutely a figure who would suppress an era. This kind of character was not frequently seen. Even Lord W.A.N. Jizwa did not count as suppressing an era too. Before Lord W.A.N. Jizwa grew up, he still had many compet. 1 tours. Although those compet 1 tours were Serpa said by him in the end to say that he was invincible in the world, it was not counted. If one had to say, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's final palace master was more apt. Yi Yuan was such a genius. This kind of figure appearing, it was naturally a sign of victory for the blood race. Everyone was naturally happy too. Hoo-hoo, Owlfly, you've done pretty well this time. Later, you can go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone for 10 days too. Lord W.A.N. Jeez was said with a laugh. Owlfly could not help being wildly elated when he heard it. Chaos Bloodstone, that was his long-cherished goal. Today, he was finally getting his Wisconsin H. Plus, hopefully, after comprehending the Chaos Bloodstone, he would be able to find the opportunity to break through the hegemon realm and soar to the heavens with one bound. At that time, wouldn't the few of you trash still have to grovel at this seat's feet? Many thanks, Lord W.A.N. Jizwa, Owlfly said with wild ecstasy. W.A.N. Jizwa nodded his head, and to Yi Wuguwei, Bloodizer's matter will be left to you. You have to ensure his safety, but don't let him become a flower in a greenhouse, understood? Yi Wuguwei nodded his head and said, Lord W.A.N. Jizwa, rest assured. Wuguwei understood what should be done. With regards to Yi Yuan's grooming, the blood G.O.D. temple had already made arrangements, allowing him to be, and at the same time, give him adequate resource guarantee. What could be given to him, Lord W.A.N. Jizwa absolutely would not be stingy. Hence, that was how Yi Yuan obtained the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. One had to know, Owlfly, this grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse, was only given 10 days. It could be seen how valuable the chance to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone was. But Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, W.A.N. Jizwa gave him a month. It was just that W.A.N. Jizwa never dreamed that the genius he was exerting all his effort to nurture was precisely the Yi Yuan that he hated to the core. The current Yi Yuan was extremely delighted. The blood race's hidden stash really broadened people's horizons. All kinds of natural treasures appeared in a dazzling array in the blood G.O.D. temple's warehouse, making Yi Yuan's eyes blur. Among them, there were many items that were the specialty products of the other 2 continents. They could not be found on Heaven 1 continent at all. Yi Yuan had only seen these things in the 100 Herbs Ilu-S Trotted Handbook before, but there were many here. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping these precious heavenly medicines. By the side, the guard's face was twitching. This guy was really not courteous, specifically picking the good stuff to take. But thinking about it, he felt at ease too. If they could give birth to a hegemon realm that suppressed the contemporary era, What did these natural treasures count for? Relax. After I break through to Hegemin realm, I'll lead the blood race to roam the myriad worlds unobstructed. At that time, you'll turn your nose up at these lousy things. Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard smiled and said, "Oh, then this seat is really looking forward to the arrival of that day." The strength of the Treasure Depository Pavilion's guard was naturally not ordinary. This one in front of him was an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse. After collecting a whole bunch of heavenly medicines, Yi Yuan took an astronomical figure of heavenly crystals. Then he went to the blood pool. The blood D Temple's blood pool was much smaller, but Yi Yuan could feel that its effect was more than 10 times stronger than Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. How blessed! The moment Yi Yuan entered the blood pool, the 100 Suns went completely crazy. The energy in their blood pool was currently being plundered by Yi Yuan crazily. Their eyes turned green. King H. L. Do you still want people to live or not? CK. The benefits all got seized by you. Are you finished yet? Your father narrowly escaped death before obtaining the 100 Sun spot, and only obtained the chance to enter the blood pool after going through all kinds of hards. Plus PS and difficulties. I beg you, save some of us. Sound of cursing words echoed in the blood pool. But Yi Yuan did not care that much at all. He just plundered crazily. Nurturing the Tao sword required massive amounts of blood essence source. And the blood D Temple's blood pool was purer and more refined. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was currently rapidly growing toward peak Saint Sovereign Heaven. Finally, Yi Yuan's Tao sword was saturated and seriously could not absorb any more. The next time, Yi Yuan was going to make preparations to break through to true Sovereign Heaven. And the blood D Temple's blood pool was already drained by Yi Yuan. Everyone's gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with hatred. This guy was simply walking other people's path, leaving others with nowhere to walk. Breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven. This was a huge hurdle. Yi Yuan needed to be prudent too. Although he currently had the power of blessing augmenting himself, it did not mean that he could ignore the Tao tribulation. Currently, he was using the blood imitation pill to conceal his body's aura, hiding from the probing of heavenly Tao. But once he recovered his human identity, it would immediately call down Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this time, it would definitely come together with the Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven one. That power would be no trifling matter. Hence, Yi Yuan was currently suppressing his realm and not planning to break through. At present, Yi Yuan still had an even more important thing to do. That was to go and experience this Chaos Bloodstone. This thing was the blood race's mother stone. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Perhaps he could find the secrets of the blood race from it. Under Yi Wugui's lead, Yi Yuan entered a void SPAC. Upon entering the SPAC, Yi Yuan seemed to have had his acupoints. By someone freezing in stupefaction.